Chapter 1079. In the formation, there were many kinds of power. There was the power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth from the 5 elements family, the sword power of the sword sect, the overbearing power of the tyrant body, the perfect power of the perfect body, the perfect power of the yin-yang thunder origin energy in Zi-Chen's body, the pure Buddhist power, Zhang Haoyan's killing power, and other kinds of power. At this moment, almost all the unique powers of the entire Tianwu continent were gathered in the formation. These powers merged into the formation core and spread in all directions. The originally pitch-black formation suddenly lit up with lights of various colors. These lights were colorful and dazzling. At the same time, they flashed with an extremely pure and surging aura. Under the guidance of the formation and the formation core, these powers flowed in the formation patterns and gradually gathered in one place. When all kinds of powers gathered together, there was no direct explosion. Because of the formation, the various powers formed a kind of fusion. Then they rushed out of the formation's target and went straight for the ancient castle's gate. This was the power of colorful light. It was as thick as a water tank. At the same time, with the formation as the base, it was like a colorful python that landed on the ancient castle's gate in front of them. The scene in front of them naturally alarmed the cultivators in the distance. When they saw so many people attacking the ancient castle's gate together, they were shocked and had a look of surprise on their faces. Almost subconsciously, they wanted to go forward to investigate and take the opportunity to enter the holy burial ground. As a result, there was some chaos in the surroundings. It was difficult for the Wuji sect's army to deal with the chaos. Boom! The colorful python collided directly in the middle of the ancient castle's gate. It looked like it was going to break through the gate. There was a loud sound, but the gate didn't shake. After the colorful light power collided, not only did the power not disperse or explode, but it was also absorbed by the gate. It was like it was tightly stuck in the middle of the gate, but it couldn't move at all. At this moment, the colorful light python seemed to have turned into a colorful light energy channel. The energy of the formation formed by many spiritual powerhouses connected to the gate in front of them. This situation was very similar to the scene of the devouring power mentioned earlier. However, with so many people, who should the devouring power be given to? Should everyone have a share? Or was there some other mystery? Just as Zi-Chen's face showed a puzzled expression, he saw that the colorful light tunnel in front of him suddenly split into 2 at the end, turning into 2 rays of light. One ray of light landed on the door on the left, and the other landed on the door on the right. According to the original plan, the next step would be to devour the vast sea of pure mana within the phantom shadow. Sure enough, a crazy suction force suddenly appeared and began to devour endless power. However, it was not as everyone had imagined, where they were devouring the power of the demonic shadow on the door. Instead, a powerful suction force came from the demonic shadow and began to devour everyone's power. The demonic image on the door seemed to have come to life. Its blood-red eyes suddenly lit up and started to spin. It looked at everyone in the array, and a faint red light shot out from its blood-red eyes, radiating throughout the array. In the next moment, everyone felt as if their bodies were bound by a mysterious force and they were unable to move. This isn't extracting power, it's transferring power. We've been tricked. LV Peng's shout suddenly sounded. At this moment, the others naturally felt the power flowing out of their bodies. Moreover, this power was out of control. If it continued, they would be sucked dry. This was clearly a deliberate plan. Everyone's expression changed dramatically, and their eyes all turned to look at the 7th princess. Everyone's expression was indifferent, and their eyes were filled with undiminished killing intent. At that moment, Princess 7 did not seem to understand the situation in front of her. Her face was pale as a result of a large amount of power being drained. Her pair of beautiful eyes, which were originally bright, were now filled with confusion. What spirit body? What perfect body? What number 1 person of the younger generation? I think you're just a bunch of idiots. Are you really so naive as to believe that you can extract the power of a demon expert for your own use? The real purpose of this array is to transfer power, not to extract power. You've all been tricked by my good sister. Ha ha ha. Beside Princess Seven, her brother, the arrogant prince, laughed out loud. At that moment, everyone was in the position of transferring power, but he was standing alone. Furthermore, his figure was not suppressed at all. If one looked down from the sky at this moment, they would be able to see that he was standing at the center of the entire array. You. Princess Seven stared at her brother, and her beautiful face immediately showed anger. Are you very disappointed? Are you very angry? Want to kill me? But you don't have the chance. None of you will have the chance. My good sister, today you will die, and each and every one of you will die. Then there was a series of complacent laughter. Amidst the laughter, the arrogant prince bit the 5 fingers of his right hand. At the same time, he used his blood to quickly form a seal in the palm of his hand. Then he pressed it on the array's eye again. Internal strife, brother and sister killing each other. Zi Chen did not expect to encounter such a melodramatic scene. What was even more melodramatic was that they actually believed it and were then trapped. He looked around to see what kind of people were trapped here. Spiritual body, tyrant body, perfect body, Buddhist monk, dragon man, ape man, heaven-splitting battle ape, Mo Lin, Princess Seven, slaughter body, supreme ancient beast, and of course, Zichin, who had 3 pages of the heavenly book. They had been tricked. They finally woke up and were furious. But at this moment, anger was useless. The most important thing was how to withdraw the power. Otherwise, the group would be sucked dry and die. After that, in the history of the entire Tianwu continent, there would be a history of a group of arrogant experts dying in grievance. What should we do? How should we withdraw the power? A spiritual body asked coldly. Obviously, he was asking Princess Seven. I don't know. I don't know anything about arrays. I thought it was to extract power and gather all the power in the array. Princess Seven shook her head and answered blankly. At this moment, her movements were also blocked and she could not move. Beside her, the middle-aged man of the Earth Origin realm who had suppressed his realm was also the same. His face was filled with anger. This was the anger of being tricked. In the entire array, the only one who could move was the prince. As the seal fell on the array's eye, an extremely black and bright light followed the colorful energy channel and fell on the 2 huge demonic shadows. These 2 lights were like an activation code, but also like some kind of key or unsealing method. After entering the demonic shadow's body, it seemed to come alive. Its expression became more vivid, and then it let out a loud roar. In the next moment, 2 blood-red lights sprayed out from the gate of the ancient castle. The moment these blood-red lights appeared, they spread out like a fan. Wherever the blood-red light passed, everyone felt their blood begin to boil and flow chaotically. They were like disobedient little mice that wanted to rush out of their bodies. Outside the array base, there were still some demons. Wherever the blood-red light passed, their bodies suddenly began to spurt out blood without warning. The dark red blood was like condensed weapons that broke out of their bodies and flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, a demon's body was completely drained of blood. His entire body collapsed, his life force completely drained away. At the same time, his life force was also drained away. PFFF. Following that, the blood-red light passed through a second demon. His blood also rushed out in an instant, like a blood-red dragon, flying into the sky. That demon also collapsed. PFFF, PFFF. As another demon fell, it was like a chain reaction. The 4th demon fell. As the blood-red light passed by, the other demons fell one after another. They all died in the same way. Their blood was drained, and they had no life force left. The moment the blood-red light passed through the air, it rushed towards the gate of the ancient castle. Above the gate, the 2 demonic shadows had already opened their bloody mouths, waiting for the blood-red light to arrive. Then they would swallow the blood without leaving a single drop behind. After swallowing so much blood, the two demonic shadows became clearer and more agile. At the same time, they sent out a cold thought, "Not enough, not enough." The blood-red light spread out again, spreading into the distance. This time, the blood-red light didn't simply swallow the blood. Wherever the light passed, the soldiers of the Wuji sect who were guarding the gate exploded one by one. Their flesh and blood were instantly turned into dust, and then the demonic shadows swallowed their flesh and blood. The blood-red light was like a ripple of laws. As soon as it passed by, the bodies of the soldiers exploded with a bang. "Hurry up and back off, back off!" Zichen shouted. His face was filled with grief. After all, more than 30 Wuji sect's human origin realm cultivators had died in a short period of time. Other than the 30 Wuji sect's human origin realm cultivators who died, some of the cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the chaos died as well. At this moment, the blood-red light was like the light of death. Wherever it passed, everyone retreated. If they were even a little bit slower, they would end up dead. Other than the group of people who were still alive in the formation, the only one who was still alive under the blood-red light was Su Mengyao. She was surrounded by a strange power. Wherever the blood-red light passed, it couldn't affect this power at all. Seeing that Zichen was trapped, she tried to attack the base of the formation. However, she found that it was useless. At this moment, all the spirits were sucked into the base of the formation. Not to mention that she was only at the human origin realm. Even an earth origin realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do anything. After that, Su Mengyao was unwilling to give up and attacked the gate of the ancient castle. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was useless. "Zichen!" Su Mengyao shouted. Her calm face was now filled with panic. "This formation has become one. If you want to break it, there is only one way, and that is to break it with force. However, under the current situation, no one above the Earth origin realm can reach this world. Without that kind of force, there is no way to break this formation." LV Peng shouted at the crowd. "Then what should we do? Do we just wait for death?" Everyone's faces were filled with unwillingness. They were indeed unwilling because they were all spirits and had a bright future ahead of them. If they were killed here, it would be nothing. There is no force unless you can trigger the power of laws. LV Peng said, "Nonsense." Immediately, a human origin realm cultivator cursed. "If we could trigger the power of laws, why would I be here talking to you?" Chapter 1080. When their lives were threatened, even spirit bodies could no longer remain calm. Their bodies were suppressed by some force, and everyone was unable to move. It seemed like they could only wait for death. Therefore, as they discussed and searched for a way to save themselves, everyone's tone inevitably became very aggressive and inexplicably angry. In the distance, the sanguine light was still spreading. Everyone fled in a panic. No one dared to stay there any longer. Everyone could only save themselves, and there was only one way to save themselves, to summon the power of the laws. However, without reaching the Earth Essence realm and being unable to move their bodies, who could summon the power of the laws? The answer was no one, so everyone was in despair. Zichen's expression was very calm. At the same time, he injected all the essence energy in his body, perfect strength, perfect spiritual senses, and his vitality into the array formation. His body flashed with resplendent golden light. The golden light rapidly dimmed, and the powerful aura surging around him rapidly dissipated. Zichen was definitely one of the strongest among the group. Many people's attention was on him. At that moment, when they sensed the changes in Zichen's body, everyone was puzzled. Clearly, in the current situation, everyone should be trying their best to suppress their strength and not let it dissipate. They should strive to die a slower death, but they had never seen anyone release their strength. Wasn't this purely courting death? However, no one thought that Zichen was courting death. This was because any expert would have a greater desire to live let alone Zichen. His friends and brothers were here, so he couldn't be in a hurry to die. However, under everyone's perception, Zichen's life aura became weaker and weaker. He was only a hair's breadth away from death. What is he doing? At that moment, everyone was still puzzled. Those who knew Zichen well knew what Zichen was doing. Zichen was risking his life. He wanted to attract the power of the laws in a completely impossible situation. In the current situation, the only way Zichen could attract the power of the laws was to use the perfect body's rebirth from ashes. However, Zichen didn't know if the perfect body could be reborn from ashes. He could only gamble with his life. Ha 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 ha. The prince's laughter continued to reverberate throughout the world. He was very pleased with himself. Success was right in front of him, above the castle gate. As they continued to devour the flesh and blood, the two demonic shadows became clearer and clearer, as if they could walk out of the castle gate at any time. The prince looked at the unwilling crowd and proudly said, "It's useless. All of you will die. Let me see how many spirits will die today, how many heroes will die. Yes, there are more than 10 of them. Zichen, you are known as the #1 human of the younger generation. But in my eyes, you are nothing but trash." The prince saw that Zichen, who had changed the most and was about to die, and the pride on his face became even stronger. What spirit annihilation? That's because the spirit body is weak. If I were to fight you, I would be able to kill you in minutes. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to fight me again. If there's an afterlife, I can give you a chance, but the outcome will probably be the same. The weak Zichen was no longer able to speak. However, Demon Ape and the others beside him were furious. This was because the prince was asking for a beating and was too pretentious. If the two of them really fought, although they didn't dare say that Zichen could kill the other party with one strike, Zichen would definitely be able to beat him to a pulp within 100 moves. The other party had used despicable means to plot against everyone. Yet he still dared to boast shamelessly and make sarcastic remarks at this moment. It really made everyone wish they could immediately explode and kill him. As time passed, the others gradually understood what Zichen wanted to do, especially the 5 Elements faction. They had dealt with Zichen many times and knew almost all of Zichen's methods. Although they usually wished that Zichen would die thousands of times, at this moment, everyone was on the same side. They naturally hoped that Zichen could live. Zichen's vitality was almost at its end. His eyes had already involuntarily narrowed. This was a sign that all of his power had been devoured and that he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the gate of the ancient castle. "Don't let him die. Replenish his power. All of the power in his body is extremely pure and will be of great use to us." At this moment, the resurrection of the 2 demonic shadows was already an ironclad fact. Originally, they were strong enough. If they were resurrected, no one could guess how strong they would be. Moreover, after they appeared, their cultivation level might not be affected. This was because they had been integrated with the burial ground for many years. When the prince heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Immediately after, he formed a seal with his hands and began to control the matrix, causing the vitality released by the people around to converge towards Zichen. Everyone looked at this scene unwillingly, hoping that Zichen's innate ability would be activated as soon as possible. At this moment, they who were atheists began to pray to the gods and Buddha in their hearts. It seemed that this prayer had worked, or it seemed that the prince's reaction was one step too slow. Zichen, who was about to die, suddenly ignited in flames. This flame burned from the inside of his body. It spread from the inside out and soon filled his entire body. Before the vitality around him could reach Zichen, it was blocked by a strange energy. The prince stared at Zichen in front of him, his face full of confusion. Boom! The flames around Zichen suddenly raged. His whole body seemed to be burning. The crazily surging flames devoured Zichen. Within this flame, in addition to the rich vitality, there was also the most mysterious power of the rules. The power of the rules that is the power of the rules. After the prince sensed the power of the rules, he could not help but cry out, "Damn it, stop him, stop him." At the same time, a loud and angry voice came from the gate of the ancient castle. It was the two demonic figures who saw this scene and became anxious. The flames were completely raging, and the power of the rules appeared. The array under Zi Chen's feet made a cracking sound. One crack after another spread out from under Zi Chen's feet, spreading in all directions. When the crack spread to a limit, it exploded with a loud bang, and the entire array collapsed. Originally, the formation was a complete entity. Moreover, it was a perfect entity. At this moment, a corner of the formation had been shattered and a large gap had appeared. The energy that was wildly flowing out from everyone's bodies paused for a moment. At the same time, their bodies, which were unable to move, once again recovered. Perhaps this action only lasted for a short moment. In an instant, the array would be able to repair itself. But for the spiritual bodies, this short moment was enough. Boom! One of the spiritual bodies activated a supernatural power, and an energy storm appeared. His vitality and power that had just been drained quickly recovered. Boom! Boom! 2 more explosions came out. The 2 spiritual bodies followed closely behind and activated their supernatural powers. Then there was a series of tremors. Every existence that had a recovery spell activated it in an instant. One after another, energy storms appeared. Then, with the array as the center, it formed an even bigger energy storm. Those who did not know how to use supernatural powers also used this energy storm to restore themselves. As the energy storm emerged, it was accompanied by a loud explosion. This was caused by the power of the rules that surged around Zi Chen's body. The array that was already broken in a corner collapsed even more. "Ah, damn it, Zi Chen, I want you dead." Seeing that the array was destroyed, the prince roared angrily and madly attacked Zi Chen. However, with a flash of black light, a burst of energy wrapped around the prince and pulled him back. It was one of the demons who had been trapped earlier. He pulled the prince over and said in a low voice, "Zi Chen is protected by the power of the rules now. He can't be killed. The most important thing now is to release these 2 demon sovereigns." "How can we release them?" "Their strength has not recovered yet. They are still thousands of miles away from their peak," the prince roared. "But we still have to release them and let them come out in advance. Otherwise, everyone will die," the demon shouted. "Damn it, Zi Chen, it's all your fault." The prince looked at Zi Chen in the flames and gritted his teeth. He wanted to eat him alive. A good plan was ruined by Zi Chen. While he was unwilling to accept it, he had no other choice but to release the 2 demon sovereigns first. "Senior demon sovereigns, please come out." The prince jumped out of the array and flashed to the gate of the ancient castle. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood. At the same time, he drew a mysterious pattern in the blood with one hand. Then he hit the pattern with his palm, and the pattern was imprinted on the gate. Boom! As the pattern fell, 2 tremors came from the gate. The gate, which had not moved before, was now shaking constantly. 2 violent auras came from the gate, followed by 2 violent roars. The demonic shadows sealed on the gate had completely come to life. After the seal fell, they broke free from the gate's shackles. A giant foot walked out of the gate and landed on the ground, causing the earth to shake. Then another foot and then a body. 2 tall, demonic shadows walked out of the gate and stood in front of the ancient castle. The violent aura around them had definitely surpassed the human origin stage. It was even stronger than the average Earth origin stage cultivator. Such a cultivation level was clearly not allowed in this place. Just as the crowd was guessing whether these 2 fellows would be destroyed by the rules of this place, they turned their heads and glanced behind them. Then, the tyrannical aura around them was quickly withdrawn. They were suppressing their cultivation level to the perfect stage of the human origin stage. which was the strongest cultivation level that this area could withstand. Their huge bodies had shrunk to a height of 100 meters. They looked down at Zichin, their blood-red eyes filled with endless murderous intent. Bang! The storm formed by the recovery magic disappeared. The whole array was destroyed by the joint efforts of the crowd. The group of spiritual body cultivators stared coldly at the two demonic shadows. The prince took the opportunity and jumped onto the shoulder of one of the demonic shadows. He stood on the shoulder of the demonic shadow and pointed at the group of spiritual body cultivators in front of him. He said coldly, "Kill them." Chapter 1081. The two demon sovereigns were obviously afraid of the red ripples. As soon as they walked out of the castle, they immediately suppressed their realms. After being sealed for so many years, they suddenly came out. They needed to vent their pent-up emotions, so they roared at the sky. After roaring a few times, the ripples in the air continued to spread. Only then did they calm down. No matter how strong they were before, they were now only at the peak of the human prime. They were only slightly stronger than the spirits. Facing more than 10 spirits, the prince shouldn't be so confident. Besides, apart from the invincible spirits, there was also Zichin, who is known as the strongest human. Kill them all!" The prince's cold voice rang out. At this moment, the two demon sovereigns moved. They stepped forward and stomped their feet. The sky suddenly darkened. 2 feet, which were much bigger than millstones, stomped toward the spirits and Zichin. Swoosh! Swoosh! Light flashed. Facing this attack, the spirits all turned into streams of light and dodged. As the feet landed, 2 huge craters appeared on the ground. Energy raged in the craters and smoke and dust swept up. Failing to hit, the demon sovereigns stepped forward and raised their palms. A pitch-black palm print was aimed at the spirits, while the other palm print was aimed at Zichin. He's only at the human prime. Let's kill him. The spirits were all geniuses. They were tricked before, and now they were suppressed. Naturally, they were unhappy. With a shout, they turned back and rushed toward the demon sovereigns. The spirits all launched powerful attacks. All kinds of brilliant light soared into the sky and rushed toward the pitch-black palm print. With a rumbling explosion, the heavens and earth shook as the two energies collided in the sky. They were locked in a stalemate and wreaked havoc. In the end, the pitch-black palm print could not withstand too much energy and directly exploded. However, its destructive power also shattered the powerful attacks of the spirit body and the others. The combined attack of the spirits was only equal to 1 palm print. It was obvious how strong this demon sovereign was. Then, the spirits all stepped forward and launched their most powerful attacks at one of the demon sovereigns. These attacks were brilliant, dazzling, powerful, and terrifying. They all attacked the demon sovereign. In an instant, the demon venerable was attacked by more than 10 powerful attacks. Sparks flew in all directions, and the sound of metal clanging resounded. The demon venerable's body was almost comparable to a soul weapon. When the attacks landed on it, they couldn't break through its defense at all. What? This scene caused the expressions of the spirit bodies to change drastically. Kill them all. Following the prince's roar, a demon lord launched an attack at the group of spirit bodies. Boundless black light flashed between heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire region turned pitch black. It was as if they had suddenly entered a space of absolute darkness. In this dark space, the spiritual senses of the spirit bodies were completely useless. They could only use their eyes to see in a direction 5 meters away. Their bodies shone with resplendent light, but this light could only illuminate a distance of 5 meters. This was the demon swallowing the world divine ability that every demon knew. However, when it was used by the demon lord, its power was probably hundreds or thousands of times stronger than those of the same level. It could even suppress the invincible spirit body. Immediately after, the black light began to flash, and wave after wave of powerful energy surged within it. Following that, the entire world resounded with a loud bang. The boundless black light only appeared for a short 3 seconds. After that, the demonic aura in the world dissipated. However, there were no more than 5 spirit bodies standing. The rest fell to the ground, clutching their chests and coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. On this side, a demon venerable suppressed a group of spirit bodies. On the other side, with Zi-Chin as the leader, the perfect body and demon ape as support, the 7 of them took the initiative to attack. The demon venerable's previous palm strike was blasted apart by Zi-Chin. Following that, the group approached the demon venerable. The perfect body's body shimmered with resplendent golden light as he arrived at the demon venerable's side like a bolt of lightning. Following that, boundless golden light flashed as he began to use melee techniques. His attacks were extremely perfect, and his speed was even faster than Zi-Chen's. On Zi-Chen's hands, lightning gloves appeared. Then he flashed to the other side of the demon venerable and circulated his perfect essence energy. In addition to his perfect strength, he began to use a series of melee techniques. Although his techniques weren't as gorgeous as the perfect bodies, their might was much stronger than the perfect bodies. The demon ape held the black rod and smashed it down at the demon venerable's head. All sorts of runes lit up on the black rod. The already powerful attack was several times stronger. In the void behind the demon venerable, Zhang Haotian's figure appeared. The patterns on the stone sword in his hand also lit up. Under monstrous killing intent, he stabbed at the back of the other party's head. Amidst the dragon and tiger roars, 100-meter-tall dragon-tiger phantom appeared behind Longhu. As Longhu moved, the huge phantom brandished its dragon claws and struck at the demon venerable in front of it. Everyone struck out with powerful attacks. In an instant, all sorts of forces exploded, producing a huge quake. Zhang Haotian's strike didn't pierce the back of the demon venerable's head. It only shattered a few black scales. At the same time, he was sent retreating by the powerful force. As he retreated, his body slammed into the ground. As this area was still a no-fly zone, they couldn't fly for long periods of time. They could only leave the ground for a short period of time. The perfect body also retreated in an instant. At the spot where he attacked, several scales were shattered. Before Zi-Chen retreated, he struck out again with a powerful strike, shattering a scale of the demon venerable. At the same time, there were traces of red blood where the scale shattered. Longhu's final strike sent the demon venerable back 7 to 8 steps. He staggered and almost fell. They were both attacking the demon venerable, but the effects were different. It was obvious at a glance which one was stronger. The demon venerable was pushed back and became extremely irritable. The next moment, he activated demon, swallowing the world. He also learned from his companions and used the same method to suppress the humans in front of him. However, under the cover of the demonic aura, Zi-Chin, who felt the oppressive aura, immediately activated his yin-yang eye. At the same time, the demon ape also activated its delusion breaker eye. Amid the monstrous demonic aura, there was a booming sound. It seemed to be the same situation as before. 3 breaths. It was still 3 breaths. All sorts of attacks ended one after another, and the demonic aura dissipated. However, the one who fell to the ground wasn't Zi-Chin and company, but the demon venerable. The 100-meter-tall demon venerable had already shrunk to the size of an ordinary person. His body was covered in blood, and his dense scales were damaged in many places. He stood up from the ground and coldly stared at Zi-Chen's group. The killing intent around him grew thicker and thicker. His appearance could be considered handsome. Not only did the demon horns on his head not affect his beauty, they even added a bit of strangeness to his appearance. Very good, very good. None of you will live today, the shrunken demon venerable said coldly. With that said, a black light flashed, and the demon Venerable's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving behind an afterimage. "Be careful!" Zi-Chin and the demon ape shouted at the same time. The two of them had yet to withdraw their eye techniques. They could tell that the demon Venerable had only left behind an afterimage, while his true body had already launched an attack. Pum! Before the two of them could finish their words, a tremor came from the side. Longhu had suffered a powerful blow and was sent flying. As he flew backward, golden blood splattered in the air. However, the moment the blood appeared, it was devoured by the demon Venerable. "Back off! All of you back off!" The shrunken demon Venerable was too fast. He suppressed everyone, and no one could react in time. Zi-Chin shouted for them to back off. At the same time, lightning wings appeared on his back. He displayed the fastest speed in the world and chased after the demon Venerable. Just as the demon Venerable arrived in front of LV Peng, Zi-Chin caught up with him. The two of them began to exchange blows. With their extreme speed, Zi-Chen's body began to flash with gold and silver light. This was the light released when two types of origin energy were used at the same time. The gold and silver light appeared at the same time. Zi-Chen's body also stuck close to the demon Venerable. The two of them launched powerful attacks. The two of them turned into light and shadows. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Banging sounds were constantly heard, and energy ripples of various colors shook in all directions. LV Peng and the others also took the opportunity to back off. The devil ape, whose speed was not slower than Zi-Chin, held the black rod and was on guard in case the demon Venerable suddenly attacked. In front, Zi-Chin was evenly matched with the demon Venerable. On the other side, the demon Venerable had also shrunk. Then it used its extreme speed and powerful attacks to surround a group of spirits and beat them up. During this period, an existence comparable to a spirit had already been beaten to death and was devoured by the demon Venerable. "Ape Dragon, come here!" Devil Ape shouted when he saw the group of people in imminent danger. Ape Dragon was Zi-Chen's friend. After he heard it, he decisively flew over. At the same time, he brought the Dragon Man with him. As for the other spirits, they either took the opportunity to back off or formed some kind of defense to fight the demon Venerable. How could this be? The prince was very satisfied with the battle on the other side. In the same level, it was easy for the demon Venerable to beat up a spirit. However, on the other side, Zi-Chen's combat strength was actually on par with the demon Venerable. This was unbelievable. Similarly, the seventh princess, who had retreated far away under the protection of the middle-aged demon, also had a look of disbelief. Although the demon Venerable suppressed his level, he was still a demon Venerable. Even in the demon world, this kind of existence was a legend. Not to mention the attack power. Just the physical body alone was not something that a mortal origin realm cultivator could break. Boom! With a loud bang, the two figures were separated. The thunder wings on Zi-Chen's back kept vibrating, neutralizing the strong impact. The demon Venerable's feet also stepped into the ground. His body kept sliding backward, leaving two trenches on the ground. At this moment, both of them were wounded in many places. The scales on the demon Venerable's body were broken in many places. After he steadied himself, he wiped the blood on his forehead and sneered, "No wonder your strength is so pure. It turns out that you have the strongest physique of the human race. This kind of physique was rare many years ago. I didn't expect you to have the purest physique of the strongest physique. If I devour you and turn your pure energy into my own, I'm afraid I can recover some of my strength." Zi-Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said loudly, "Cut the crap. Let's do it again." Zi-Chen's eyes flashed with excitement. This was the expression of someone who had just met Hunter. He was now in the late stage of the mortal origin realm. Any ordinary spiritual body in front of him would only have the fate of being destroyed. among those at the same level as him. There were very few who could match him. Today, he was able to meet someone in the same level as him who made him feel extremely dangerous. It was indeed a blessing. Moreover, only in this kind of life and death battle could the potential in his body be stimulated, and he could improve his level quickly. Swoosh! Chapter 1082. Boom! There was a violent tremor, and terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions, causing the space to show signs of breaking. Under the cover of the red light ripples, the space was much more stable than before. Even a spiritual body could not break it. The battle between Zichen and the Demon Lord was definitely a clash of the strongest. The destructive power that erupted was so strong that the space could not withstand it and showed signs of breaking. Dong! The world was shaking, and terrifying energy continued to wreak havoc. The two of them were like two shadows, constantly chasing and attacking each other. During their attacks, there was also some kind of roar. The Demon Lord landed a punch on Zichen's shoulder, and the powerful force almost shattered Zichen's bones and shattered his organs. Zichen gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed the urge to vomit blood. He crossed his fists and returned two punches. Both of them staggered in the air, and then blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. They retreated and suppressed their churning organs. The Demon Lord suppressed his realm to fight with Zichen. In his heart, he was still the high and mighty Demon Lord. Even if he was not as strong as before, even if he had not recovered, he was still the Demon Lord. He should be able to take care of a human in the Origin Realm, even if this human was known to have the strongest physique among humans. In the current battle, he did not lose much, but he did not gain much either. The two of them were evenly matched, and the Demon Lord was not satisfied with the result. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger. Looking at Zichen again, although he was injured, the expression on his face was extremely excited. He even had a smile on his face during the battle. Isn't your realm very high? Even if you suppress your realm, your strength should be very strong. Why are you so weak? Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to the Demon Lord in front of him in dissatisfaction. To the Demon Lord, this was sarcasm and mockery, and it was the most blatant kind. He naturally could not accept it, so he roared again. The Demon Lord charged at Zichen, and Zichen charged at the Demon Lord. Light flashed in the sky, and the sound of explosions was heard again. This time, it was a true clash of the strong. The two of them no longer defended, and no longer relied on their extreme speed to attack. Everything became the purest and most primitive clash of strength. The Demon Lord's powerful punch landed on Zichen's chest, and the boundless black light began to vibrate. Zichen's body trembled, and he could no longer suppress his trembling organs. He immediately vomited blood. At the same time, the terrifying power of this punch also rushed into his body, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Zichen was severely injured by this attack. Everyone who was watching from a distance was on edge. However, Zichen's fist landed on the demon's sovereign shoulder. The powerful force shattered the demon's sovereign shoulder and almost broke off half of his shoulder. Without any hesitation, the two of them were competing in combat strength and defense. Both of them were very confident. For example, the Demon Lord was confident that he could cripple Zichen in one blow, so he did not dodge Zichen's attack. Similarly, Zichen was also confident that he could kill the Demon Lord with one punch. At the same time, he was even more confident that he could withstand this attack. Both of them were full of confidence, the kind that was bursting with confidence. However, the result was that both of them were overconfident. This kind of fighting style could only result in both sides suffering. In the distance, the people who did not participate in the battle were extremely shocked. They were shocked by this kind of battle, and at the same time by Zichen's combat strength. He was able to fight a Demon Lord to a draw with his own strength. Looking at Zichen's side, and then looking at the distance, many spiritual bodies were besieging a demon lord, but they were all beaten to a pulp. The difference between them was not ordinary. He is actually on par with the demon lord. Is he still human? The prince hid to the side, his face filled with shock. But within the shock, there was also a deep sense of awe and fear. After witnessing Zi Chen's terrifying battle prowess with his own eyes, he no longer dared to boast that he had challenged Zi Chen alone. Your Highness, the situation is not good for us now. Next to the prince, the demon lord from before spoke. This demon lord was very mysterious. He should also be in the Earth origin realm. 2 demon lords. One is being suppressed, and the other is unable to take down his opponent. Once Zi Chen and the demon lord are both injured, the sky-splitting battle ape and the others will go berserk and kill one of the demon lords. If the demon lord dies, your Highness's life will be in danger. When Zi Chen was suppressing the demon lord, the prince had already thought of this problem. During this time, he also transmitted his worries to the 2 demon lords. However, the demon lord seemed to be very confident and told the prince not to worry. None of these people would survive. At this moment, the prince's attention was focused on the demon lord who was fighting with Zi Chen. He thought to himself, could it be that the demon lord still has some tricks up his sleeve? Yes, he must have. Otherwise, he would not be so confident to fight Zi Chen head-on and fight to the death. In a head-on battle, the demon ape and the others could not help. They could only wait for Zi Chen to beat the demon lord half to death. Then they would swarm in and kill him. Under the head-on collision, the injuries of the 2 became more and more serious. More and more blood fell from the sky. They are about to reach their limits. Everyone get ready. The demon ape and the others were ready for the final attack. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion sounded. The 2 collided again. This time, the demon lord finally pierced through Zi Chen's chest, shattering Zi Chen's heart. At the same time, Zi Chen finally shattered half of the demon lord's shoulder and arm. Golden and red blood splattered in the sky like a torrential downpour, dyeing the earth red. Both of their complexions were deathly pale, but their gazes were extremely resolute. They simply wanted to kill each other. After neutralizing the impact, the 2 of them stopped and rushed at each other again. Zi Chen's chest was shattered, but he still had 2 hands that could be used. He still had some advantage in attacks. However, the demon lord only had 1 hand left. He could only make 1 attack, but that attack was relatively terrifying. Uffed! The 2 of them passed each other. The demon lord's chest was completely penetrated by Zi Chen. The powerful force shattered the demon lord's internal organs. The demon lord coughed up blood. There were pieces of his internal organs in the blood. This attack caused unimaginable damage to the demon lord. However, Zi Chen did not have it easy either. He also suffered a powerful impact in an instant. There were not many bones in his body that were intact. Most of them were in a broken state. It was a miracle that he could still stand. His internal organs were shattered in the first attack. At this moment, the fragments mixed with blood flowed out of the hole in his chest. The scene was extremely shocking. It was unbearable to watch. After several such desperate attacks, the 2 of them finally reached the limit of their lives. The outcome of the battle could be decided at any time. Human, even if you have the strongest body, you will die today. Half of the demon lord's body was spurting blood. However, there was a smug grin on his face. He was very calm. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Zi Chen replied coldly. He ignored his injuries and mobilized the power in his body with difficulty, preparing for the last fight. Your battle strength surprises me. However, you no longer have a chance. I will send you on your way. Amidst the demon lord's sinister laughter, he rushed toward Zi Chen. In the process of rushing forward, his body suddenly burned with flames. These flames were pure black. They looked like demonic qi. but they were not demonic chi. They were demonic flames. The demonic flames burned fiercely, releasing an extremely powerful and terrifying tyrannical aura. There was also a will in this aura. It was a will that could burn and destroy everything. That's demonic flames. The demonic flames. Heavens, the legendary demonic flames. I never thought that I would actually see the demonic flames. Seeing the demonic flames on the demon lord's body, the few demons were all shocked. The demonic flames were also called demonic flames. The name was simple, but its origin was extraordinary. Its effect was even more extraordinary. In the demon race, this demonic flame was an existence that only existed in legends. Of course, the demon race also had its own legends. According to the legends, the demonic flames had dual effects. It could be used for both oneself and the enemy. For oneself, the demonic flames were filled with an unimaginable vitality. It had an absolute healing effect on all kinds of injuries. It was like eating the most miraculous life fruit, treasure pellet, or divine pellet in the world. As long as one still had breath, they would be able to survive the demonic flames. Against the enemy, the vitality in the demonic flames would turn into an extremely terrifying destructive force. This destructive force could destroy everything in the world. When used by the demon lord of the human origin realm, even a soul weapon would be melted. No matter how terrifying Zichen's body was, it could not be tougher than a soul weapon. Therefore, with the appearance of the demonic flames, Zichen's life was already determined. In the eyes of the demon lord, Zichen was already a dead man. In the eyes of the other demons, Zichen would be completely destroyed. His death was already determined. Seeing the demonic flames and sensing the terrifying destructive force within, Zichen's expression did not change. However, the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. He was already rushing forward, but he did not stop at all. At this moment, there was no time for him to stop. He quickly rushed to the front of the demon lord and swung his fist at the demon lord. However, before his fist could hit the demon lord grinned and stretched out a flame from his finger. This flame was like a black fire snake. In an instant, it arrived in front of Zichen and ignited Zichen. The flame fell on Zichen's fist. The thunder boxing glove was instantly set ablaze. Under the naked eye, the runes on the glove began to shine. The sturdy glove actually showed signs of melting. At the same time, the demonic flames passed through the glove and fell on Zichen's hands. Zichen's perfect body was almost instantly ignited when it came in contact with the demonic flames. Then it dissipated in the midst of the flames. In the blink of an eye, Zichen's finger disappeared. Then the demonic flames burned toward Zichen. Soon, the demonic flames completely engulfed Zichen. The black demonic flames had ignited Zichen. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Chapter 1083. The appearance of the demonic flames was a sudden change, and it happened so quickly that it was almost unimaginable. Before anyone could react, Zichen's body was already burning with demonic flames. Good. The raging demonic flames engulfed Zichen. Among those of the same level, this demonic flame was the most terrifying thing in the world. Seeing this scene, the prince couldn't help but jump up and shout loudly. Previously, when Zichen showed his might, his combat strength, not weaker than the demon sovereign's, had really frightened him. So much so that he didn't have the slightest bit of will to fight. Now, seeing that Zichen was about to die, his expression became extremely excited, and his whole body trembled with excitement. No, Zichen, compared to the prince, the demon ape and the others had fallen into madness. With a roar, they rushed towards the burning Zichen, disregarding their own lives. At this moment, Zichen's friends and brothers didn't hesitate at all. Going up like this will only lead to death. If we lose them, the Wuji sect will be destroyed before it can rise. In the distance, the middle-aged demon, standing beside the seventh princess, saw this scene and said indifferently. The seventh princess also watched all of this quietly, her expression unchanged. Come, whoever comes will die. Today, none of you will live. Within the demonic flames, the demon sovereign's injuries were rapidly recovering. The half of his shoulder that Zi Chen had broken was also regenerating. Seeing the demon ape and the others madly rushing over, not only was there no fear on his face, but there was also a sinister smile. This sinister smile was extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. At the same time, one of his hands made a flicking motion. As long as the demon ape and the others came within range of his attack, he would let them taste the pain of being burned by the demonic flames. He also believed that the demonic flames would burn them to nothing. Don't come over. Quickly retreat. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded in the demon ape and the others' minds. The voice transmission naturally came from Zichen. The demonic flames burned him, but did not kill him. In fact, it did not even cause Zi Chen's expression to change. His voice was extremely calm, and at the same time, there was a certain confidence in it. This confidence spread to the devil ape and the others. They all stopped and looked at Zi Chen in the demonic flames. Zi Chen was completely engulfed by the demonic flames. He should have been dead, but his body didn't burn and dissipate. He did not die, but the flames around him did not show any signs of weakening. Instead, they burned even more fiercely. The flames that were already burning fiercely roared in the next moment, and the flames burned even more fiercely. Boom! Finally, the flame reached its limit. It went completely berserk and exploded. After the explosion, a red and golden flame ignited within Zi Chen's body. This flame also contained the power of the natural order. As soon as the flames with the natural order appeared, the demonic flames that burned everything slowly extinguished as though they had encountered their nemesis. The black demonic flames on the surface of his body extinguished, but the flames on Zi Chen's body didn't extinguish. Instead, they turned golden and burned even more intensely. And in the intense golden flames, apart from the power of the natural order, there was also an extremely rich life aura. Alright, this was actually the flames of life. Zi Chen's perfect body ignited them from the inside out, driving the power of the natural order. It was the same flames of life as when he cracked the array. This is the flames of life. Why can you mobilize the flames of life twice? Upon seeing Zi Chen burn the flames of life again and dispel the demonic flames, the smug expression on Demon Supremacy's face instantly froze. He looked at Zi Chen as though he had seen a ghost. Is it very strange? You have clearly seen this flames of life just now. Zi Chen's indifferent voice sounded from the flames of life. At this moment, Zi Chen and the Demon Supremacy were facing each other. Both of them had turned into flaming figures. One was a golden flame, while the other was a demonic flame. When this scene landed in the eyes of the Demon Supremacy in the distance, his expression immediately changed. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. You attracted the flames of life twice in a day. Could it be that you have already cultivated an immortal body? That's impossible. How can a mere human prime have an immortal body? The Demon Supremacy's face was filled with shock. This kind of shock was only revealed after seeing something that defied convention and logic. I don't know what an immortal body is, but I know that you will definitely die next. Zi Chen's cold voice came from the flames of life. Then, Zi Chen clenched his fists and charged at the Demon Supremacy like a ball of flames. He arrived in front of the Demon Supremacy like lightning and punched out. This time, the dominant force was no longer Zi Chen's power, but the golden flame's power. This fist first collided with the demonic flame, causing a shock wave. Then, the power of laws and the flames of life swept towards the demonic flame. Just like before, the demonic flame seemed to have met its nemesis. The moment it came into contact with the golden flame, it was instantly extinguished, revealing a fist-sized hole. The flames of life passed through this hole and landed on the demon's supremacy. In the next moment, the demon supremacy's body burned with the flames of life. Known as the flames of life, it could instantly heal Zi Chen's injuries. But to the demon supremacy, this flame contained endless destructive power. The flames of life and the demonic flame were two types of flames that were on the same level. The collision at this moment could be considered a confrontation between the demonic flame and the flames of life. Looking at the scene before him, the one who had the upper hand in this confrontation was naturally Zichen. But this didn't mean that the flames of life's grade and power were higher than the flames of life. Originally, the two flames weren't on the same level. But now, there was such a clear difference. Aside from personal factors, the main reason was that Zichen had the home field advantage. The flames of life could communicate with the laws of the martial heaven continent. This was the home field advantage. On the other hand, the demonic flame could only communicate with the laws of the devil race. The flames of life began to corrode the demon's supremacy. The demonic flame on the demon's supremacy's body was also extinguished. An extremely mournful scream rang out of the demon's supremacy's mouth. The blood-curdling screams attracted everyone's attention, stunned everyone, and shocked everyone. At this moment, everyone's thoughts had already become somewhat chaotic. They're actually signs of an undead body. Damn it. The other demon supremacy was clearly still conscious. Even the demonic flame couldn't do anything to Zichen. At this moment, no one could even think of killing Zichen. So his thoughts quickly turned, and he instantly decided whether to leave or stay. Let's go. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated to the entrance of the ancient castle. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept the prince into the castle. At the same time, the screaming demon supremacy turned into a human-shaped flame and quickly fled to the entrance of the ancient castle. His figure flashed, and he entered the ancient castle. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had fled. In front of the ancient castle, the remaining demon supremacy also entered after avoiding the demonic flame supremacy. In less than a breath's time, the four of them rushed into the ancient castle. Once again, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Zichen watched the demon supremacy leave. He didn't chase after them because the flames of life weren't endless. Just as his injuries were rapidly recovering, the flames of life were gradually extinguishing. In the distance, when the others saw the ancient castle's entrance wide open, only then did they remember their purpose of coming here. They were here to explore the Saint Burial Ground. The ancient castle's entrance is open. Let's go in quickly. The ancient castle is so big, we might not be able to meet the demon supremacy. Let's go quickly. Who knows? We might have a fortuitous encounter. Go, let's enter the ancient castle. After the demon supremacy was born, he no longer had the chance to use the blood-red light to devour others. So, the army of cultivators that had fled far away turned back and saw this extremely shocking life and death battle. However, just as the four demon supremacies fled one after another, the army of cultivators reacted as quickly as they could and rushed forward as fast as they could. The opportunity was right in front of them. Although they had sensed some kind of danger, no one was willing to give up. So, they took the opportunity to rush in. The flames of life on Zichen's body gradually dissipated. His injuries were healed again, and he was back to his peak condition. Su Mengyao and the others were right next to him. At this moment, they immediately surrounded him. As soon as the flames were extinguished, Zichen's spiritual thoughts spread out and issued an order to everyone in the area. Those of the Wuji sect, without my order, no one is allowed to enter. When the strange beasts and the human army heard this, although they were extremely unwilling, they weren't willing to disobey Zichen's order. All of you go back quickly. There's no need to guard this place anymore. Zichen, who was still worried, ordered everyone to retreat. Zichen, is the demon supremacy dead? Seeing that Zichen was fine, everyone wanted to know whether the demon supremacy was dead or alive. The demon supremacy was too strong, so strong that it made people's hearts palpitate. Zichen thought seriously and shook his head. The flames of life didn't burn for long. The demon supremacy is likely to be alive. After everyone enters, you must be careful. The devil ape and the others nodded. Zichen, the demon race army has already entered. We should go in too. The ape dragon walked over. Zichen nodded and said, be careful. Take care. The ape dragon and the dragon man nodded and left. After the ape dragon left, Ming Xian also came to thank him. Then he left with a group of Buddhist disciples. Buddhist energy had a strong restraining effect on demonic energy. However, when the difference in cultivation level was too great, Buddhist energy would also be restrained by demonic energy. In the battle with the demon supremacy, Ming Xian was seriously injured. It was a miracle that he didn't die. I didn't expect to be schemed against by the demon race. Fortunately, Zichen, you successfully activated the power of rules. Otherwise, everyone would have died here today, LV Peng said with some fear. Humph, it's all because of that idiot princess. She almost got us killed. The devil ape snorted. Idiot princess, she's not an idiot at all. On the contrary, she's very smart, Su Mengyao said angrily. Why? Wasn't she also tricked? She almost died just now. Everyone looked at Su Mengyao in confusion. Su Mengyao snorted and said she didn't die. Moreover, until the last moment, who can be sure that she will die? Recalling the scene before, Zichen frowned. He also felt that this matter was a bit strange. However, it was just a guess, and there was no way to prove it. Whether she did it intentionally or not, this matter is over. If you see her, remember to ask for compensation. The others nodded. Only Su Mengyao was a little dissatisfied. She seemed to feel that Zichen was protecting the seventh princess. Chapter 1084. Stepping into the ancient castle, the brilliance flickered as if they had entered another world. This was the feeling they had when they stepped on the teleportation formation. It gave them a fleeting feeling. When the group felt that they were on solid ground, they found that they had already arrived in another world. This was a strange world. There were no passages, no weathered corpses, no buildings, and no teleportation altars. The scene in front of them was very different from what Zichen had seen many years ago. It could even be said that it was not the same at all. In front of them was a vast space that stretched as far as the eye could see. Inside this space was a desert. Occasionally, gusts of wind would blow, blowing sand and stones. Originally, many human armies had already entered, but this space was very quiet. No sound was made. This did not mean that everyone had left the space. On the contrary, everyone was still in front of them. It was just that they did not speak. The main reason why they were so quiet was because there was also a black mass of quiet existence several miles away. The two sides were like friends who had worked together for many years and had a tacit understanding. They did not say a word. Even their footsteps were soft, trying to not make any noise. Those are ancient beasts, seemingly infected by the quiet atmosphere. Zichen and the others did not want to disturb this quiet atmosphere. LV Peng used voice transmission. Ancient beasts, a pack of ancient beasts. They are orderly and well-trained. Zhang Haotian stared at the orderly pack of wolves in the distance and transmitted his voice. In front of them was a pack of wolves. The wolves emitted blue light and had a single horn on their foreheads. Each of them was extraordinarily mighty. These were the most standard ancient beasts. Zichen and the others were very familiar with them. These ancient beasts called sky-devouring wolves had once shocked him greatly. Back in the ancient battlefield, these sky-devouring wolves were very unique existences. There were very few of them. However, in front of them, These sky-devouring wolves, which were a full realm higher than they were back then, formed a neat square formation. They stood in neat formation, their breathing was even, and even their realms were exactly the same. Zi-Chin could not help but frown. This trip to the holy burial ground is indeed full of danger. This is only the first step, and we have already encountered such existences. Suddenly, Zi-Chen's eyes lit up. He transmitted his voice. These are ancient beasts. Is it possible? Before Zi-Chen could finish, Longhu said, "It's impossible to tame them. They give me a very strange feeling. They look like ancient beasts, but they don't have their souls." No soul. That's right, they don't have souls. There are only two possibilities for this phenomenon. The first possibility is that they aren't ancient beasts, or they aren't living creatures. The second possibility is that they have already recognized a master, and their soul remembrance has already been invaded. The others straightened their faces after hearing Longhu's words. Either way, these ancient beasts were not easy to deal with. There are no traces of an illusory formation. This is a real world. Those ancient beasts are also real. The devil ape retracted its delusion breaker eye and transmitted its voice. All sorts of lights continued to flicker as the human army continued to stream in. After entering, they chose to remain silent and gathered with their own factions. Compared to the orderly sky-devouring wolves at the front, the human cultivators were in groups of 2s and 3s. They stood together in groups of 2s and 3s and 5s. They were like a bunch of undisciplined stragglers. This place shouldn't be so peaceful. Where did the demon sovereign who came in first disappear? Zhang Haotian suddenly transmitted his voice. Zi-Chan released his perfect spiritual senses and scanned the surroundings. As expected, he didn't find any trace of the demon sovereign after scanning the surroundings. Apart from the demon sovereign, even the prince and the demon were gone. However, he found the 7th princess. She was riding on the demon scale and standing in front of the demon army. She was looking at the sky-devouring wolves at the front with a serious expression. The sky-devouring wolves at the front didn't attack, and the humans didn't counterattack or defend themselves either. The scene in front of them was like an army in the mortal world. The next battle would be a battle between armies. In a battle of this level, individual combat strength couldn't determine victory or defeat. As for the leaders of the human army, they were all favored by the heavens. Their individual battle prowess was extremely strong, but they knew nothing about leading troops into battle or commanding. The humans naturally outnumbered the sky-devouring wolves, but their aura was much weaker than the sky-devouring wolves. At this moment, the leaders of the various forces had already gathered to discuss. Zi-Chen was naturally excluded because he didn't bring an army. However, the leaders still couldn't come up with a good strategy after discussing for a long time. Gradually, the number of flashes of light decreased. It seemed that the human army had all entered. After about 2 hours, no more humans entered. The gate of the ancient castle in the holy burial ground was closed again after 2 hours. The sky-devouring wolf army, which hadn't moved at all from the beginning, suddenly moved. They were originally in a half-squatting position, but they suddenly stood up in an orderly manner. There was a hint of murderous intent in their originally indifferent eyes. After standing up, they began to move slowly. The sky-devouring wolves took the same steps as if they were waiting for inspection. Although they hadn't charged forward, the orderly steps and the dense, murderous intent had already brought a lot of pressure to the human cultivators. Breaking through the human path, climbing the stairway to heaven. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the sky. Everyone was attracted by the voice and looked up instinctively. They saw a person standing in the sky. It was a young man, so young that he looked like a teenager. The teenager stood in the sky and looked down on everyone. Everyone's expression changed immediately when they saw this handsome and elegant teenager. They were shocked. A teenager flying. In the outside world, this wasn't rare at all. Anyone could fly. However, in this world, it was much rarer because no one present could fly, including Zichen. However, this teenager who suddenly appeared could fly. He represented a great significance. Everyone wanted to guess his identity, but they were more interested in what the teenager had just said. Breaking through the human path and climbing the stairway to heaven. What did that mean? As if guessing the confusion in the hearts of the humans, the teenager explained, if you want to enter the heavenly realm, you have to cross the human path. There are 9 stages on the human path. After passing the 9 stages, you will see the stairway to heaven and enter the heavenly realm. The explanation was simple, but everyone understood. Looking at the sky-devouring wolves, it was obvious that this was the first stage of the 9 stages. Is there a reward for passing the human path? Suddenly, a curious voice sounded. Although the voice was abrupt, it was very polite. Coming here to find the treasure was the ultimate goal of everyone. Everyone was also very concerned about the reward. At this moment, they all looked at the person who asked the question and praised him secretly. The teenager also turned his head and looked down at the human origin realm cultivator. However, there was no praise on his face, only disgust. He didn't answer. Instead, he pointed at the human origin realm cultivator with one hand. The next moment, a flame appeared between the teenager's fingers and turned into a cold, lightning bolt. It was like a flaming thunderbolt that struck at the human origin realm cultivator. The human origin realm cultivator's face changed. He shouted and activated his Yuan Qi to form a defense. At the same time, he took out a human-level weapon and threw it at the flaming thunderbolt. Boom! The flaming thunderbolt exploded and the human-level weapon was instantly blown to pieces. At the same time, the thunderbolt turned into flames and swallowed the human origin realm cultivator. Being swallowed by the flames, the human origin realm cultivator started to scream. However, his scream only lasted for 2 breaths of time. Then, the flames disappeared and the human origin realm cultivator turned into nothingness. There was a big pool of blood on the ground. Without saying a word, he killed the human origin realm cultivator. Such an arrogant attitude made everyone's face change. However, the teenager was obviously a bit strange. He seemed to be able to control the power of the space, so they didn't dare to blame him. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the teenager. Very few people paid attention to the human origin realm cultivator who turned into nothingness. Naturally, very few people would question the fact that the human origin realm cultivator was burned to death by the flames. After killing the human origin realm cultivator, the teenager didn't want to explain. The disgust on his face became more intense. He waved his sleeve and disappeared in a flash. When the teenager disappeared, a cold voice sounded in the sky, "Kill!" After the word "kill" was heard, the sky-swallowing wolves that were moving forward suddenly sped up. Even though they were running at full speed, the sky-swallowing wolves still didn't scatter. Instead, they were still in formation. The killing intent that was released by the sky-swallowing wolves became even more orderly. Of course, the killing intent couldn't be orderly. It could only be said that all the sky-swallowing wolves were releasing the same amount of killing intent. And in the next moment, these killing intents merged together. The effect of merging the killing intents was that although it was a group of sky-swallowing wolves rushing over, it gave people the illusion that it was a giant sky-swallowing wolf. A group becomes one. This was an extremely rare joint attack spell. Every big force had this spell, but it was only practiced by low-level cultivators. Once they reached a higher level and became stronger, no one would practice it anymore. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. The most important reason was that they didn't have a perfect joint attack spell that could allow the human origin realm cultivators to form a perfect joint attack. The human origin realm sky, swallowing wolves in front of them, could form a perfect joint attack. It was a joint attack spell that shocked everyone. The power of this spell was enough to allow these sky-swallowing wolves to fight above their level. There were exactly 500 sky-swallowing wolves. The power of 500 sky-swallowing wolves could even shake an Earth origin realm cultivator. No one on the scene could face this joint attack spell alone. At this moment, the 500 sky-swallowing wolves were rushing over. The troops at the front started to panic. If the 500 sky-swallowing wolves were charging straight at them, they would be able to wipe out an entire army. However, when the sky-swallowing wolves were about to reach them, they suddenly separated into small groups. These small groups of sky-swallowing wolves were still in a joint attack mode. However, because their numbers were greatly reduced, their power was much weaker than before. Even so, these small groups of sky-swallowing wolves were not to be underestimated. In just a few seconds, these sky-swallowing wolves clashed with the human army. The slightly quiet heaven and earth was suddenly filled with wolf howls. Chapter 1085. The sky-devouring wolf appeared. Its body was huge and tall. It was formed by the combination of killing intent and power. It had a physical body and a powerful physical attack. As soon as it appeared, its eyes were filled with killing intent. It stared at the target in front of it and flew in the air, following the sky-devouring wolf's team. The claw shook the air and created a sonic boom. The two human origin stage cultivators were hit one after another. Their defenses were broken in an instant, and their bodies flew out like kites with their strings cut. Their bodies exploded in midair, and blood rained down, dyeing the ground red. The claw attack seemed casual, but it killed two mortal realm cultivators. After the claw attack, the sky-devouring wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the mortal realm cultivators. The sky-devouring wolf's body kept diving down. Its bloody mouth opened and closed, making the sound of opening and closing. In just a short while, there were a few more bodies on the ground. These sky-devouring wolves were very powerful. As soon as the battle started, dozens of mortal realm cultivators died. Blood flowed out, dyeing a large area red. Attack with all your strength. Break the formation first. As the sky-devouring wolves were slaughtering, the leader of the human team started to give out orders. Although they didn't know how to arrange troops or strategize, they had no problem giving out orders. A group of slightly flustered cultivators began to counterattack. They either used some powerful techniques from afar or used their spiritual senses to control the human-level soldiers to retreat and attack from afar. In short, they would not or very rarely come into direct physical contact with the sky-devouring wolf. The mortal realm cultivators started to fight back, but because they didn't have powerful soul weapons, their attacking efficiency wasn't that obvious. A few spirit body cultivators jumped out and passed through the crowd with their fastest speed. They went through the lines that everyone had purposely left behind and faced the huge sky-devouring wolf. Light started to shine in the sky. Powerful Sciention techniques showed their destructive power. The invincible spirit body finally showed its power. As soon as the two sides came into contact, a few explosions sounded out. Immediately, the sky-devouring wolves that were formed were destroyed. When the sky-devouring wolves exploded, the formation was naturally broken. This was the first of the 9 stages of the human path, so it wasn't that difficult for the spirit body cultivators. A small team of heaven-devouring wolves pierced into the human army and continued to slaughter in a straight line. They were like a sharp blade, forcibly tearing apart the humans' defensive line. They slaughtered from one end to the other, and wherever they passed, large amounts of humans would fall, causing large amounts of blood to flow. In just a short while, the first team had killed their way through, entering from the east and exiting from the west. They had intended to kill their way back, entering from the west and exiting from the east. However, they suddenly saw a small team of 7 humans. This team of 7 did not encounter any attacks from the other heaven-devouring wolves. They stood there with calm expressions, looking very leisurely. Along the way, This wolf squad had killed more than 7 people. So when they saw the 7 people, they did not put a mere 7-people team in their eyes. There were no battle cries, but the increasingly cold eyes of the heaven-devouring wolves explained everything. This small team of heaven-devouring wolves formed a joint attack and charged towards Zi Chen's group without hesitation. Zi Chen's group of 7 calmly watched this small team. In addition to calmness, there was a trace of pity in everyone's eyes. There were nearly 10,000 people in the human army. They could have killed anyone, but they had to kill the most difficult and dangerous team. This wolf squad was really tired of living. However, they just happened to see Zi Chen's group of 7 among the 10,000 people. In the process of charging forward, they seemed to feel some kind of pressure from the calm 7 people and perceived some kind of danger. They suddenly let out low growls. The growls were for help for people and, of course, for wolves. Just then, in another direction, another team appeared. After they heard the growls, they responded with growls and then attacked Zi Chen's group of 7 from 2 directions. 2 tall and huge heaven-devouring wolves condensed again, and with an extremely strong joint attack, they rushed towards Zi Chen's group of 7 without hesitation. Among the 7 people, Zi Chen stood in the middle. Facing these 2 heaven-devouring wolves, there was no need for him to do anything. Su Mengyao was a woman, so naturally, she would not be the first to attack. Although the spirit-devouring rats were strong, they were not the strongest among them. They were even the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th strongest. Everyone had their own specialties. This kind of shouting and killing was better left to the skilled ones. For example, everyone tacitly left the treasure hunting to them. 3 of the 7 people already had a reason not to attack, so 2 of the next 4 people would definitely attack. On Zi Chen's left, the devil ape's body swayed, but it took the initiative to move forward. The devil ape raised the black stick in its hand high. The runes on the black stick glowed, and an extremely fierce and powerful aura spread out. The devil ape held the black stick tightly and smashed it towards the head of the huge heaven-devouring wolf. This smash was full of strength and carried the momentum of thousands of people. On Zi Chen's right, a cold light flashed in Long Hu's eyes. He moved out in a flash. There was a reason why he took the initiative to attack. The reason was because he was angry. He was Long Hu's sovereign, the leader of the true-blood ancient beasts. These heaven-devouring wolves in front of him were obviously not even close to the level of true-blood ancient beasts, but they dared to attack him, a supreme beast. In order to show his strength and to protect his dignity, Long Hu's body suddenly enlarged when he rushed out until he was the size of the huge heaven-devouring wolf. Then he charged straight at the sky-devouring wolf, like a cannonball that had just been shot out. One on the left and one on the right, the devil ape and Long Hu attacked almost at the same time. Naturally, their attacks landed at the same time. The black stick, which carried the momentum of thousands of people, shook the space and smashed on the horn on the heaven-devouring wolf's head. The pitch-black demonic energy and the blue energy collided, and there was a trembling sound mixed with the rumbling of thunder. The 2 types of energy collided, reached a stalemate, and shook. In the end, the energy carried by the black stick gained the upper hand and shattered the blue light. Just as the blue light was shattered, the black stick's remaining power landed on the heaven-devouring wolf and directly shattered the illusory figure. The devil ape's stick broke the combined attack formation, and the expressions of the group of small heaven-devouring wolves immediately changed. There was shock and a trace of horror. At this moment, another tremor that was even louder than the previous one rang out from the other side. This tremor was extremely loud, and it was the result of the collision between Long Hu and the heaven-devouring wolf. Under this tremor, Long Hu's body swayed slightly, but he did not retreat. On the other hand, the heaven-devouring wolf's body trembled in the air, and then it began to retreat with the group below. After retreating around 10 steps, the heaven-devouring wolf in the air exploded with a loud bang. The devil ape had broken the combined attack formation with a smash, and Longhu had also broken the combined attack formation with a crash. Such ferocious fighting strength attracted many gazes, and many people were shocked. Soon after, sword light flickered, and killing intent swept out. After breaking the combined attack formation, Zhang Haotian charged towards a group of small wolves with a stone sword in hand and began a mad slaughter. Amidst the flickering sword light, severed limbs flew, and heaven-devouring wolves were killed one after another. They did not even have the chance to scream before they died. At the same time, only LV Peng remained amongst the four of them. He raised his hand and threw out a row of formation flags, summoning bolt after bolt of lightning. It was like Zi Qin had used the Thunderfall technique, and it struck towards the other group of small wolves. Under the dumbfounded and extremely shocked gazes of many, the sword light vanished, and the bombardment of formation flags came to an end. On the other hand, the two small wolf groups had been completely annihilated, and not a single one was left alive. Less than 10 breaths of time had passed since the beginning of the wolf group's attack until the end. In these short 10 breaths, Zi Chen's group of 4 had annihilated 2 small groups. What was even more terrifying was that the 2 small groups had only launched a single attack. It was very obvious that they were once again shocked by the strength of Zi Chen's group. The wolf group had all died, and severed limbs were scattered all over the ground. Looking at the incomplete corpses on the ground, everyone was surprised to find that not a single drop of blood flowed out of them. There was no soul remembrance, no flesh, and only a body. However, they had extremely powerful combat strength. These heaven-devouring wolves are very strange. They seem to be man-made, Longhu said after staring at the corpses for a while. This is the burial ground of saints. Since it's called a mysterious place, it's normal for it to be a little strange. Zi Qin could not understand it either, so he decided not to think about it. After all, this world was not a world that could be deduced using common sense. The battle was still going on, and the number of deaths was increasing. Seeing more and more humans fall, Zi Chun rejoiced that he had the foresight not to bring an army. The 7 of them did not need to care about these heaven-devouring wolves at all, and they could continue forward. The powerful combat strength that they had displayed previously was vivid in the minds of both the humans and the heaven-devouring wolves. Seeing that the group had started to move forward, none of the heaven-devouring wolves dared to stop them along the way. Breaking through the mortal road and climbing the stairway to heaven was a test. Although no one knew what rewards there would be, they could guess and imagine that there might be rewards for breaking through the mortal road and climbing the stairway to heaven. Although they dared not say that it was natural to receive rewards for breaking through the mortal road, it was at least common sense. If there was really a reward, it was obvious that the first person to break through the mortal road and climb the stairway to heaven had the highest chance of receiving the reward. Naturally, it would be the best. Therefore, after seeing Zi Chen's group rushing forward, the other spirit bodies' expressions became unnatural and hesitant. When Zi Chen's group successfully passed through the heaven-devouring wolves and were about to disappear, the spirit bodies finally made up their minds. They abandoned the main group and forcibly passed through the group with a few capable subordinates. Due to the previous intimidation, Zi Chen's group did not encounter any more heaven-devouring wolves along the way. They continued forward for several miles, passing through the battlefield and arriving at the original location of the heaven-devouring wolves. At the end of their line of sight, they saw a flaming spear stabbed into the ground. A powerful and oppressive aura flowed from the spear. This spear is a spirit weapon. Could it be the reward for breaking through here? Seeing the spear in front of them, everyone was surprised. Getting a reward just by passing through the heaven-devouring wolves is too easy. As expected of a mysterious place, getting a spirit weapon so easily. LV Peng, who had not sensed any danger, chuckled. Chapter 1086. The flaming spear stood silently on the ground as LV Peng quickly rushed forward, hoping to take the first reward. "Be careful!" A warning came from behind. At the same time, LV Peng felt a dangerous aura coming from the side, heading straight for his heart. Beside LV Peng, the void silently tore open as a fiery red shadow stabbed at LV Peng's chest. Sensing the danger, LV Peng's expression changed drastically. His body suddenly twisted in midair and dodged to the side. Uffed! With a soft sound, blood splattered as a bloody hole appeared in LV Peng's body. However, he dodged at the critical moment, dodging the fatal strike. Blood gushed out, immediately dyeing the ground red. LV Peng covered his wound and retreated a few meters. In front of him, the flaming spear dissipated like an illusion. The void began to distort as a burly man more than 2 meters tall appeared. He was wearing blue armor and holding a flaming spear in his hand. Blood dripped from the tip of the spear. Upon seeing LV Peng being attacked, Zichen flapped his lightning wings and rushed towards LV Peng at extreme speed. However, no matter how fast his footwork was, it was impossible for him to outrun a weapon attack at close range. By the time he arrived beside LV Peng was already injured. There was a bloody hole in his body. Thankfully, LV Peng had appeared in time. The power in the spear didn't erupt, causing him to be seriously injured. The bloody hole wasn't big, nor did it completely penetrate his body. It looked like a superficial wound that wasn't fatal. With LV Peng's physique, such an injury could stop bleeding in 3 to 5 seconds. Furthermore, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. This was because LV Peng also cultivated a perfect body. However, it wasn't as perfect as Zichen's. However, the inconspicuous bloody hole didn't immediately stop bleeding. Blood kept flowing out of the wound and even seemed to be spewing out. LV Peng's face turned pale from the excessive blood loss as his expression turned dispirited. "What's going on?" "Your wound can't stop," Zichen asked when he saw LV Peng's expression. LV Peng held his wound as blood gushed out and dripped down his clothes to the ground. His expression turned increasingly ugly as he shook his head and said, "It seems like a mysterious force is preventing the wound from healing. Furthermore, there's a large amount of vitality in the blood that flows out." In just a few short breaths, LV Peng's expression became even more unsightly. Zichen's life force was still leaking out of his blood, and his injuries were not healing. Killing intent immediately appeared in Zichen's eyes, and he turned around to stare at the brawny man. The brawny man was 5 meters away, and the space around him was twisting as if he was standing in another space. He looked at Zichen, then at LV Peng, and said, "You actually dodged my attack. How interesting." Zichen forcibly interrupted the other party's lamentation. He coldly stared at the burly man and angrily said, "You're the one behind this, aren't you?" The burly man sneered, "Playing tricks? What tricks?" Zichen suppressed his urge to kill and said coldly, "I'll give you one chance to heal his injuries or die." Zichen had already used his spiritual senses to scan LV Peng's injury, but he did not find any other force in the wound. He could not find the reason for the bleeding, so he could not do anything about LV Peng's injury. "Ha ha ha." The burly man suddenly burst into laughter and said, "If I can't heal his injuries, I'm afraid he won't survive." Zichen fiercely glared at the burly man. In order to prevent the burly man from launching a sneak attack, he did not turn around and said, "Hurry up and feed LV Peng a pellet." This pellet was not the kind that Zichen swallowed while flying. Instead, it was an enhanced version, specially refined by Cauldron Spirit. It could be said that this pellet was refined by Cauldron Spirit in the mortal realm. It was of the highest quality among pellets. Let alone a mere pellet, even a divine pellet would be useless. He will only bleed to death. This world needs delicious blood to irrigate it. The burly man laughed heartily. As soon as the pellet entered LV Peng's stomach, rich life energy spread throughout his body. However, it was ineffective. LV Peng's injury did not improve in the slightest. The pellet could only provide him with a small amount of life energy. It must be known that in the past, even if one was seriously injured or on the verge of death, a pellet would be able to replenish all his life energy within a few breaths of time. LV Peng's face turned even paler. The life energy that he had just replenished was quickly draining away. My patience is limited. Heal him, or I'll make sure you die painfully. Zichen glared at the burly man. It's useless. He will die. The burly man's gaze swept past Zichen and the others. He even swept a glance at the spirits who had stopped in the distance. With a hideous grin, he said, "All of you will die too." The demonic ape could not stand the arrogance of the burly man. He coldly said, "Since he won't be healed, we'll beat him until he is healed." Upon finishing those words, the demonic ape charged forward with his black stick. Zichen said worriedly, "Be careful. That spear is strange. Don't get hurt." Demonic aura surged around the demonic ape. Demonic armor materialized on his body. Then he charged at the burly man with his black stick. Zichen turned around to check on LV Peng's injury. There was a small wound that was bleeding profusely. What was this? LV Peng was a grandmaster of formations. All of his strength lay in his attainments in the field of formations. If he were to die like this, it would be utterly humiliating. More importantly, Zichen had never imagined that one of his brothers would die in front of him. Moreover, it was under such circumstances that none of them cared. "Let me try." Su Mengyao, who had been standing at the periphery, suddenly stepped forward. "It's useless. No one can save him." In the distance, the burly man who was fighting the demonic ape spoke again. Su Mengyao leaned over and stared at LV Peng's bleeding wound. She frowned slightly. At the same time, her eyes flashed with a strange light. A moment later, she pointed a few fingers at LV Peng's wound. With every finger, a mysterious power would come out of her fingers and fall on LV Peng's wound. This was the power that Su Mengyao had cultivated. In terms of strength, it was naturally inferior to the perfect power. However, in terms of mystery, it was superior to the perfect power. The mysterious power fell on LV Peng's wound and fused into it bit by bit. Immediately after, LV Peng's bleeding wound showed signs of healing. Moreover, the blood flow slowed down significantly. Everyone stared fixedly at LV Peng's wound. When they saw this scene, their faces immediately lit up with joy. However, before they could fully express their joy, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, their faces once again became gloomy and anxious. Because the wound had just shown signs of healing, it returned to its original state. The blood flow accelerated again. Is it because the energy is too little? Zichen asked nervously. He hoped that it was because the mysterious energy was too little. If that was the case, as long as he added a little more energy, LV Peng's wound would heal and save his life. After a simple test, Su Mingyao's brows relaxed. Her slightly nervous expression also relaxed. She chuckled and said, "It's not that the energy is too little. It's just that the quality is a little low. However, it doesn't matter. I have a way to heal him and save his life." Hearing this, joy appeared on everyone's faces again. However, LV Peng's life was at stake, so no one said anything. They were all extremely nervous as they watched Su Mingyao's next move. Su Mingyao's slender finger pointed again. A light lit up between her fingers and energy appeared. However, this time, the energy did not immediately shoot out. Instead, it condensed between her fingers as if it was being compressed and upgraded. Everyone was silent. They even held their breaths as they quietly watched the scene. After about 10 breaths, a drop of crystal-clear liquid energy condensed between Su Mingyao's fingers. This drop of energy left her finger and dripped onto LV Peng's wound. After one drop, Su Mengyao condensed it again. As she pointed again and again, drops of liquid energy dripped onto LV Peng's wound. In total, 7 or 8 drops of liquid energy dripped onto LV Peng's wound. At this moment, Su Mingyao's complexion turned pale. It seemed that she had consumed a lot of energy. However, under this consumption, there was an extremely obvious effect. LV Peng's wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of recovery speed was similar to when one swallowed a treasure pill in the outside world. In just a few breaths, the wound had completely stopped bleeding, formed a scar, and recovered. Such a miraculous scene stunned everyone. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Zichen was even more baffled as he asked, "Your yuan power is actually effective? It's even inferior to a treasure pill." Su Mingyao's complexion was pale, but she still smiled. She shook her head and said, "My yuan power isn't that miraculous. The reason why it can heal LV Peng's wound is because this yuan power just happens to restrain the mysterious power in his wound. Oh, perhaps you guys can't sense it. His wound can't be healed by a treasure pill because there is a mysterious power that can't be seen or sensed causing mischief." LV Peng's wound stopped bleeding and then healed. However, the vitality that had just passed away hadn't been restored. However, the treasure pill that he had swallowed and its effects had been suppressed. After the wound healed, it began to show its effects. A large amount of vitality fused into his limbs and bones, nourishing his vitality. His dispirited spirit was instantly restored to its peak. Seeing LV Peng recover, everyone let out a sigh of relief. After surviving a calamity, LV Peng was in an extremely good mood. He repeatedly expressed his thanks. At this moment, everyone noticed the distant sounds of explosions coming from the battle between the devil ape and the demon ape. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the devil ape and the burly man were in the midst of an intense battle. However, no matter how they looked at it, their attacks seemed to be separated by space. The devil ape's full strength was reduced to less than 50% by the time it passed through space. It was simply unable to injure the burly man. And looking at the burly man's expression, he was like a cat playing with a mouse. He was constantly counterattacking, and he was also worried about being injured. The devil ape was also worried about attacking. Adding on the fact that the devil ape's strength was constantly being reduced, it was actually at a disadvantage. "Demon ape, I'll do it!" shouted Zichen as he flew forward. LV Peng has recovered. The devil ape turned its head and said. Zichen replaced the devil ape and coldly stared at the burly man. At this moment, the burly man was just like the devil ape. He turned his head to look at LV Peng. Seeing that LV Peng was in high spirits and didn't show any signs of being injured, his face immediately lit up with joy. But when he looked at the burly man, his face was filled with shock. It was as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? After being injured, one's vitality will completely drain away until they die. How can he recover? The burly man paled. He hadn't paid attention to LV Peng before, so he didn't know how his injuries had healed. I said that I wouldn't let you die a happy death. Now I'll fulfill my promise. While the burly man was still in shock, Zichen rushed over. The broken finger gloves appeared, and Zichen used his perfect strength to attack the burly man. Chapter 1087. 100% of Zichen's power was like hitting cotton, softly negating nearly half of Zichen's attack power in an instant. The remaining 50% hit the brawny man, but there was no reaction. The brawny man didn't even take a step back. As for Zichen, he was struck by the burly man's spear. The spear broke his glove, and with a clanging sound, sparks flew everywhere. Zichen was forced back several meters. Zichen frowned. He crossed his arms and took the initiative to attack again. A sharp fist light illuminated the world, and a terrifying fist light shot straight towards the burly man. Pum! The world shook once more. The burly man's spatial light shield was extraordinary. It once again reduced half of Zi Chen's strength. But this time, because Zi Chen's strength was too great, even though half of it was reduced, the burly man was still forced back several meters. The burly man who was retreating had a look of surprise on his face, but it was only surprise. His expression was more of a mocking one. When Zi Chen's attack passed through the light shield, it would be dissolved, but when his attack passed through the light shield, it would be magnified. So, even if it was a light strike, in Zi Chen's eyes it was a full-strength strike. The two turned into bolts of lightning. They began a fierce chase. Light flashed again and again. The two of them were evenly matched. But it was fine if they were evenly matched. And from the looks of the battle, Zi Chen was actually at a disadvantage. Just like the demon ape, he was beginning to be afraid of everything. With the 3 pages of the heavenly book, Zi Chen's combat strength was unparalleled within his level. He was invincible. Suppressing a spirit body was something that could be done in a matter of minutes. But here, he first encountered a demon sovereign that was on par with him, and then he encountered this strange, burly man. And what was even stranger was that the burly man was relying on this strange light shield to suppress him. The spirit bodies in the distance didn't approach. Instead, they watched from afar. They had seen L.V. Peng's strange injuries, and now they were even more afraid of the burly man, especially the spear in his hand. It contained a strange strength that frightened them. The battle in the field was both intense and dull. Intense meant that the two of them were going all out, and the energy they released was extremely terrifying. Even spiritual bodies had to retreat. Dull meant that every attack was the same, and the two of them were unable to do anything to each other. Everyone could naturally see that Zi Chen had his concerns and had not used his peak strength. However, facing this strange, muscular man and his strange spear, anyone would have their concerns. Moreover, the blue spatial light barrier around the muscular man's body was like a tortoise shell, almost impossible to break through. Su Mingyao's pale face gradually recovered. She looked at Zi Chen, who was fighting in front of her, and said, "Okay, you can go all out now." What Su Mingyao meant was that she had recovered from her injury. If he was injured, she could heal him. Suddenly, Zi Chen's aura changed. Thunderous sounds rang out from his body. This was the result of his increased blood flow. At the same time, it was also the result of his perfect constitution. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Zi Chen's body started to radiate gold and silver. This was the result of activating 2 types of perfect essence force. On his back, the thunder wings started to vibrate at a high frequency. Gusts of hurricanes appeared out of nowhere. His eyes were as cold as lightning. His killing intent surged, sending chills down one's spine. The muscular man's expression suddenly turned grave. He seemed to feel pressure from the current Zi Chen. The thunder wings vibrated, and with a flash of light, Zi Chen rushed towards the muscular man. Like lightning, Zi Chen arrived in front of the muscular man in an instant. Then he clenched his right fist and punched towards the muscular man in front of him. Previously, he had used both fists. Now he was using only one fist. At a glance, it seemed that there was one less fist. However, the power of this fist was several times stronger than before. In addition to using his full strength, this fist also carried a kind of indomitable momentum and an indomitable aura. On the fist light, gold and silver energies were circulating. The aura of these 2 energies was also several times stronger than before. Boom! The fist light hit the light shield, and an explosion sounded. This fist was a solid hit, unlike the previous one where it felt like it hit cotton. If it really was cotton, then this fist was equivalent to squeezing the cotton to its limit. The 2 types of perfect essence force in the fist light exploded, erupting with a destructive force that was several times stronger. Under this destructive force, the spatial light shield on the surface of the muscular man's body sank deeply, forming a huge hole. At the same time, The entire light shield was constantly twisting and trembling. After all the strength was released, the muscular man's body was sent flying by Zi-Chen's strike through the spatial light shield. During the process of flying, blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zi-Chen with a solemn expression that gradually turned into one of shock. This was the effect of Zi-Chen's strike, but the muscular man wasn't idle either. Facing Zi-Chen's indomitable aura, the muscular man didn't retreat or block. Instead, he allowed the strike to hit him. At the same time, the strange spear in his hand broke through Zi-Chen's defense and stabbed into Zi-Chen's body as the fist light raged. The spear was very sharp, but it wasn't that easy to break through a perfect body. After expending a lot of strength, just as it stabbed 3 inches in, Zi-Chen's fist light's strength completely erupted, sending the muscular man retreating. The muscular man flew for 100 meters and slid dozens of meters after his feet landed on the ground. He was about 150 meters away as he stared coldly at Zi-Chen. The shock on his face had already disappeared, replaced by a sneer. "You are very strong, but you are injured. You will definitely die." The muscular man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with confidence and smugness. Looking at Zi-Chen again, golden blood flowed out of the bloody hole in his body. The blood was like pearls as it splattered to the ground drop by drop. However, the blood that originally didn't dissipate turned into golden blood when it landed on the ground. While injured, Zi-Chen felt his tenacious vitality in the blood that flowed out. To be more precise, his vitality had transformed into blood that flowed out of his wound. After experiencing it personally, Zi-Chen finally understood why LV Peng's injury had caused him to bleed far more than the total amount of blood in his body. So this was the reason for the strangeness. The flaming spear actually had such a strange divine power. It was almost like a legendary divine weapon. Anyone who was hit by it would probably die. However, Zi-Chen didn't die. With the 3 pages of the heavenly book, he had cultivated the true perfect power. After many transformations, the perfect power had become truly perfect. Therefore, he felt a power that didn't belong to him in his wound. It was this invisible and untouchable power that was causing mischief. Therefore, Zi-Chen tried to use the perfect technique and perfect power to expel this mysterious power. As a result, a miracle happened. The mysterious power on Zi-Chen's wound was dispelled effortlessly. At the same time, the bloody hole on his body stopped bleeding in the blink of an eye and formed a scar. After a few breaths, it was completely healed and was as good as new. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone looked at Zi-Chen in disbelief, including the spiritual body in the distance, the devil ape, and the muscular man who was full of confidence. Only Su Mingyao's expression didn't change much. She seemed to have expected this to happen. "You actually managed to break through the nomological powers here. All right, I admit that I underestimated you, but I'm afraid you won't be so lucky next." The burly man's expression calmed down again, but there was still an uncontrollable shock in his eyes. He gripped the spear in his hand tightly, causing the surrounding spatial barrier to tremble. Then he held the spear and took the initiative to attack Zi-Chen. Tyrannical fist. Zi-Chen wasn't to be outdone as he clenched his fist and struck. This was a Khanate technique, tyrannical fist. It was extremely powerful. The boxing glove that emitted a blazing light collided head-on with the spear. A powerful force erupted once again. The two of them swayed before attacking again. Instantly, light and shadow intersected as they exchanged blows. Golden blood splattered in the sky. This was caused by Zi-Chen's perfect body breaking through his defense. However, these injuries weren't fatal. Looking at the burly man again, although Zi-Chen didn't break through his spatial barrier, his powerful strength left him coughing out blood. It was another evenly matched opponent. Zi-Chen fought extremely strenuously. In addition, this opponent was wearing a turtle shell making it impossible for Zichen to unleash his full combat strength. During the battle, Zichen used almost all the techniques he could. Of course, they were all Khanate techniques. However, these techniques could only restrain and not kill the enemy. In other words, the combat strength of the two was equal at this moment. Even if they fought for another few hours, months, or years, the outcome would be the same. Around them, the faces of the others were also solemn. This was clearly the first of the 9 stages of the human path. However, even on the first day, the Guardian's combat strength was on par with Zichen's. Wouldn't the following stages be even more difficult? At this moment, everyone felt that it was difficult to clear the stage. Ascending the stairway to heaven was even more difficult. I still have one last move. If it's useless, I can only abandon the other party and forcefully clear the stage. Zichen's voice transmission sounded in their sea of consciousness. Using the force of the attack, the two of them pulled apart the distance between them. Zichen clasped his hands together and began to form seals. One seal after another appeared, and the aura released from Zichen's body grew stronger. It's useless. As long as you can't break this spatial barrier, I won't die. And this spatial barrier is formed by the laws of this place. To put it bluntly, I represent the laws. You can't kill me, the burly man said proudly. Zichen didn't say anything. Instead, he formed the hand seals even faster and more frequently. Just as the hand seals were about to be completed, Zichen stared coldly at the muscular man and said mockingly, "When I was in the spirit origin stage, I killed a representative of the rules." As soon as the seals were completed, Zichen pointed at the burly man in front of him. The might of that one finger swept through the sky, shaking space. The void suddenly split open, and a thick finger imprint fell from the sky with boundless pressure. Light flickered on the finger imprint, and gold and silver lightning slithered around it like snakes. It was surrounded by a terrifying aura. This was the innate level technique, the finger of the Thunder God, and it was displayed by Zichen at this moment. It has the form, but no power. There's nothing to be afraid of. The burly man sneered and held his spear against the finger of the Thunder God. A strange power flashed on the spear, and then it touched the finger. A strong force burst out, and the finger of the Thunder God collapsed. The burly man only took a few steps back. I've already said that this is useless. I am the law representative, and I represent the law. Chapter 1088. Zichen pointed his finger again. It was the same hand seal, the same speed, and the same amount of yuanli. The power was almost the same as the previous attack. However, this action, which was almost the same as the previous one, made the disdainful brawny man's expression change dramatically in the next moment. Zichen's attack was not exactly the same as the previous one. There was a slight difference in the middle. The thunderbolt finger he used was originally an index finger, but now it was a middle finger. Moreover, the entire middle finger was pointing vertically at the brawny man. Of course, the reason why the brawny man's expression changed was not because of Zichen's seemingly insulting action, but because of the extremely inconspicuous phalanx bone that flew out from between his fingers. The phalanx bone was old and clumsy, like a bone that was about to be weathered by the wind and sun. It was ordinary without any bright spots. However, it was precisely this finger bone that fused together with the finger imprint that descended from the sky. This fusion was extremely perfect. Because of that, the lightning god's finger, which previously had no inner substance and only had a superficial appearance, now possessed an inner substance. As for that inner substance, it was naturally the divine might within the lightning god's finger. This divine might was extremely small, just a trace. However, this trace of divine might was equivalent to adding the power of the rules into an ordinary attack. Whether it was the grade or the power, it was stronger by one or even several levels. This was the most fundamental change. just like the difference between the human element and the earth element. Huh. The finger seal pressed down on the brawny man's head. The brawny man felt the pressure was so great that he almost couldn't breathe. He gritted his teeth, raised his chi, and roared. The power in his body was instantly mobilized to the limit, and he held the flaming spear in front of his chest to block. At the same time, he still felt uneasy, so he mobilized the power of rules here again to form a stronger spatial light shield. After the double layer of defense was completed, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the finger seal with divine power in the sky had already descended. The thunderbolt finger seal was glowing, and so was the brawny man. The two rays of light collided under everyone's gaze. Boom! The two rays of light exploded, and the power of thunder raged in all directions. In the continuous explosion of energy, the spatial defensive light shield was heavily attacked, and the brawny man's body was directly sent flying. In the process of flying backwards, the spatial light barrier around the burly man trembled violently, as if it was about to shatter. At the same time, the flame spear in his hand directly flew out of his hand, penetrating the light barrier and flying into the distance. The sturdy man coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as the light shield around him shook violently. Then, fine cracks appeared on the light shield like a spider web. When the burly man's body hit the ground heavily, the spider web on the spatial light barrier reached its limit and finally exploded with a bang. A single strike had broken through the barrier of light. When everyone saw this scene, they were completely stunned. The phalanx flew back into Zi Chen's middle finger. The flaming spear fell into the distance, and the muscular man crawled up from the ground. His face was filled with shock, and there was also a trace of uncontrollable fear. You. He pointed a trembling finger at Zi Chen, his previous arrogance long gone. Die. In order to prevent the burly man from breaking through the barrier of light again, Zi Chen decided to kill him immediately. He clenched his fist and threw a punch from afar. Gold and silver light flowed, and a fist light shot out from his body like a cannonball, hitting the burly man's body. Without the barrier of light, the burly man's true strength was only in the mortal origin realm. There was no need to fear him. In front of Zi Chen, such an existence was just a matter of one punch. The fist light landed on the burly man's body and exploded. His last struggle was in vain. The moment the fist light exploded, his body also exploded. In the sky, pieces of flesh flew, and a rain of blood poured down. It seemed that in this world, no matter who it was, the blood in their body would suddenly increase by a lot. As long as they died, there would be a rain of blood and a lot of it. A finger and a punch had killed the burly man. The first stage had been passed just like that. It sounded easy, but in fact it was not easy. LV Peng stepped forward again and picked up the flaming spear that had fallen. There were no more attacks along the way, so he took the spear back. Everyone looked at it carefully. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. After Zi Chen checked every part of the spear, everyone came to the same conclusion. It was a soul weapon, and there was no special effect on it. But just now, it almost took LV Peng's life. I think it should be because of this world. It has nothing to do with the spear. Not only us, but others are also like this. Su Mengyao suddenly said. Everyone released their spiritual sense and extended it to the battlefield that was about to end. As they extended their spiritual sense, they found many injured people lying on the ground. Their injuries were not serious and could be said to be only superficial wounds, but the bleeding could not be stopped. It was the same as LV Peng's situation. As the blood flowed out, it was accompanied by the loss of life force. They found more than 10 similar situations. In the end, everyone came to the conclusion that this world was very strange, very strange. In the underground of this world, there were lines of runes that covered the entire ground. Whenever blood fell and seeped into the ground, the runes would light up and absorb the blood. At the same time, The blood would be transported through the runes to the end of the runes. At the end of the lines there was a sea of blood. Waves of blood churned in the sea of blood, and at the center of the sea of blood there were two black figures sitting cross-legged. They floated above the sea of blood, and no matter how the sea of blood churned, they would not sink. These two were the two demon sovereigns from before. They did not expect to come here. At this moment, they were using the blood and life force in the sea of blood to heal their injuries and improve their strength. Outside the sea of blood stood the prince and the demon who had entered earlier. The two of them were guarding the two demon sovereigns outside the sea of blood. Prince, the demon sovereigns have not recovered from their injuries. Will they come? Looking at the recovering demon sovereigns, the demon asked. After a moment of silence, the prince shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be that fast. We flew here directly." The demon sovereigns said before that those humans need to pass through and climb the stairway to heaven. But look here, the stairway to heaven has not manifested yet. It should take some time. The demon nodded and then sighed. I really did not expect Zichin to be able to summon the flame of life again. Even the demon sovereigns are shocked by his battle prowess. This person is really extraordinary. Speaking of Zichin, the prince's expression immediately turned ugly. Thinking of the fear he felt when he faced Zichin, a trace of hatred appeared in his eyes. He immediately snorted, "It's just a human." Once the demon sovereigns recover, destroying him will be a matter of minutes. Zichin and the others did not know what was happening at the end of the runes. After killing the burly man who blocked their way, the surrounding spiritual bodies looked at Zichin and the others with fear and rushed forward. At the same time, the battle came to an end. The group of devouring wolves had all been killed, and many human cultivators had died as well. However, there were still many people alive, and they rushed into the depths. During this time, when they passed by Zichin, those who were familiar with him nodded and greeted him. Everyone stepped onto the second stage, but Zichin and the others did not, because they still had some personal matters to deal with. The seventh princess was stopped by the demon ape, and at the same time, a group of demons were also stopped. On Emo Lin's back, the seventh princess looked at the demon ape blocking her way and frowned slightly. She asked Sky-Splitting Battle Ape, as a member of the demon clan, "Why are you stopping me?" The demon ape grinned and said, "I am not a member of the demon clan. I am just a demon ape. As for why I am stopping you, does your highness not know? Or is your highness playing dumb?" In addition to the demon ape, Zhang Haotian and the others were also blocking her way. Su Mengyao was checking on Zichen's injuries, and the two of them had not yet arrived. "I don't understand. Are you stopping me because you want to start a war with the demon clan?" The seventh princess's voice suddenly became cold. "We don't dare to start a war with the demon clan. We just want to get back the reward that belongs to us. This happened not long ago, and your highness personally promised it. Don't tell me you have forgotten about it?" LV Peng smiled faintly. Although the two sides were talking and laughing, the atmosphere had already reached the point where swords were drawn. Once someone spoke, it was bound to be another fierce battle. Among the demons, there was a murderous intent, but there were three people who were relatively calm. One was the seventh princess, the other was the middle-aged demon, and the last one was the seventh princess mount, Emo Lin. "Don't you see that we have also been deceived?" the middle-aged demon said indifferently. "That's your demon clan's business. We never get involved. I only know that we almost lost our lives in order to help your highness. We can forgo the 30% of our power that you promised us, but we can't be less than the reward that you promised us." Zichen held the spear and pulled Su Mengyao over. The two of them, one tall and one short, looked at each other, and neither of them gave in. The seventh princess asked, "Do you really want it?" Zichen said, "That is what we deserve." The seventh princess smiled. "Well, here you go." She decisively took out the promised demon illumination crystal and threw it to Zichen. Just as Zichen took it, The seventh princess said, "Ziqin, you have a strong personality. I like it. I wonder if you're interested in becoming the prince consort of the demon clan." Ziqin frowned and did not answer such a boring question. After a series of laughter, the seventh princess led the demons away. Beside Ziqin, Su Mengyao looked at the back of the seventh princess, and there was a little displeasure on her face. Ziqin was the first to pass the first level and get the reward, but he was also the last to enter the second level. If the second level was as difficult as the first, Ziqin was not worried that the others would be able to pass smoothly. If it was easier than the first level, then obviously there should be no reward. This was Ziqin's guess, but in this strange world it was normal for there to be some strange things that did not make sense. The second level was not that difficult. Some spirits passed and successfully received the reward. The process was much simpler than Ziqin's experience, but the reward was not inferior to the quality of the flame spear. Immediately after, the third and fourth levels were also passed, and they also received the reward. The guardians they encountered were not as strong as the strong man in the first level. After realizing that they had miscalculated, Ziqin and the others sped up and rushed toward the fifth level. As they passed through the levels, all kinds of ancient beasts appeared, and they formed teams to kill the humans. There was more and more blood on the ground. As long as they passed through the next level, the blood of the previous level would automatically disappear when they reached the next level. All the blood was absorbed by the runes and entered the sea of blood. As the blood in the sea of blood increased, solid steps gradually appeared. Chapter 1089. Among the 9 stages of the human path, other than the burly man in the first stage, the other guardians were all comparable to spirit bodies. The burly man in the first stage was also comparable to spirit bodies. However, he was the representative of the rules and had a different spatial light shield. In this way, he was comparable to the demon lord in both attack and defense, so he was very difficult to deal with. However, although the guardians of the next stages also had the combat power of spirit bodies, they did not have the spatial light shield, so it was relatively easier to pass through the stages. When Ziqin and the others reached the 5th stage, the place was already covered in blood. Many human cultivators had died. As for the ancient beasts, although they were dead, they did not bleed. Let's go to the 6th stage. Ziqin and the others rushed to the 6th stage. When they arrived, they saw a group of ancient underworld tigers attacking the human army fiercely. Some spirit bodies also rushed forward under the great pressure. They were worried that they would be injured by the underworld tigers and bleed to death, so their speed was relatively slow. However, each stage represented a soul spirit weapon, which was the most precious weapon in the world. Therefore, Ziqin spread his thunder wings and turned into a stream of light as he rushed forward. Wherever he passed, the thunder wings flapped and a strong wind blew. It was as if a storm was blowing on the ground. Under this storm, the formation formed by the underworld tigers was instantly broken. Then, the strong wind blew their bodies in all directions. Apart from the underworld tigers, the human cultivators who could not dodge in time were also sent flying. Ziqin turned into a stream of light and directly passed through the underworld tigers in a straight line, rushing towards the stage ahead. After a few miles, a light flashed and a figure blocked Ziqin's path. It was a middle-aged man in black with an extremely cold expression. He held a long sword in his hand. The sword's edge was cold and murderous. A strong and cold soul consciousness spread out. When the guardian appeared, it would not take long for the spirit bodies not far away to arrive. Ziqin naturally could not greet the guardian, introduce himself, and then fight. He did not have the time, and the guardian was not in the mood. Both of them were the type who was in a hurry. After a brief exchange of glances, the battle began. The first to attack was the black-robed guardian. He held the soul sword in his hand and suddenly stabbed at Ziqin. A sharp sword chi shot out from the long sword, carrying a sword intent that was filled with dense killing intent. It went straight for Zi Chen's forehead. This sword was very fast and very sharp. The lightning wings on Zi Chen's back shook as he took a step to the side, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. This was a very clever move. After dodging the sword, Zi Chen rushed forward. The guardian's sword flashed again. Then he tapped his foot and retreated backward. Obviously, he didn't want to fight Zi Chen in close combat. Zi Chen dodged and advanced again. The gatekeeper slashed again and retreated again. Just like that, the two of them confronted each other. However, in front of world speed, the gatekeeper did not retreat much before Zi Chen caught up. A fist shining with golden light directly shattered the incoming sword chi. Zi Chen flapped his wings and flashed up. A dazzling and resplendent golden light began to flicker as a series of beautiful attacks were launched. With every attack, a trace of golden light would enter the black-robed man's body. After hundreds of attacks, the black-robed man's body began to emit golden light. This golden light was emitted from his entire body. At first, it was very faint, but then it became dazzling. Pow! Finally, the golden light reached its limit and the black-robed man's body exploded. Blood rained down from the sky. Zi Chen quickly grabbed the long sword and dodged the blood rain in a flash. From the beginning of the battle to the killing of the enemy, it took a very short time. When Zi Chen retreated with the long sword, the devil ape and the others had arrived. After the devil ape and the others, several spirits arrived. When they saw that Zi Chen had killed the enemy, their faces were filled with unwillingness. However, Zi Chen's battle strength was enough to kill the spirits easily. Naturally, they did not dare to say anything and could only enter the 7th level. Come, let's go. Zi Chen put away the long sword and beckoned everyone to continue forward. Everyone present had their own soul weapons, so they naturally did not need this long sword. In the central area, the sea of blood was still churning. A huge amount of blood flowed into it, and in the center of the sea of blood, blood-colored stairs appeared one after another. How did the blood stairs appear so quickly? At the edge of the sea of blood, the prince was puzzled when he saw this scene. At first, the blood-colored stairs appeared very slowly. It took a long time for one to appear. However, in this short period of time, more than 10 of them had appeared. In the sea of blood, the 2 demon sovereigns opened their eyes. The injured demon sovereign said coldly, "Damn it, they actually came so quickly. My injuries have not healed yet. I can't stay here any longer." The other demon sovereign said, "Let's go up. They have sealed us for so many years. They definitely would not expect us to have explored this space and even control some of the rights to use it." Before the blood-colored stairs appeared completely, the 2 demon sovereigns flew into the sky in the next moment. At the same time, the prince and the other demon sovereigns also flew into the sky and entered the heavenly realm. In a race against time, Zi Chen broke through the 8th level and obtained the reward for this level. However, the others decided not to give Zi Chen a chance. They rushed towards the 9th level together. Before Zi Chen, they met the guardian of the 9th level. After seeing the guardian, their faces changed drastically. They did not dare to move forward. Instead, they retreated step by step, their eyes filled with fear. Zi Chen rushed over with the demon ape and the others. When he saw the guardian of the 9th level, his face was immediately filled with surprise. The guardian was the young man who had appeared previously. At this moment, the young man was standing in the air, looking down at everyone with his cold eyes. He did not have any weapon in his hand, but just standing in the air was enough to force many people to retreat. The guardian of the 9th level. I wonder what the reward is for killing him. At this moment, everyone raised their heads to look at the young man. However, one was on the ground while the other was in the air. It was easier said than done to kill the other. Which one of you wants to die first? The young man in the air said coldly. At the same time, when he opened his mouth, the space around him trembled. Then, balls of flames appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the young man. In the flames, everyone could clearly sense a destructive power. This power was unique. Such a situation could only mean that this destructive power was the power of laws. Knowing how to use the power of laws almost meant that one was invincible. Moreover, one only needed a thought to kill someone. At this moment, everyone saw how terrifying the young man was. When they met the young man's cold eyes, they all felt fear in their hearts. Then they subconsciously retreated. When everyone retreated, Chen and the others, who were originally at the back, moved to the front. The young man lowered his head to look at Chen and said coldly, "You want to die?" Chen looked around and realized that the others had retreated. He and the others were isolated. Coincidentally, they were targeted by the young man. This young man has mastered the power of laws. It's impossible to kill him. Why is there such a level? LV Peng frowned. At the same time, he signaled Chen not to take the risk. It's strange. This is almost a sure-death situation. But since it's a challenge, how can there be no chance of survival? Su Mengyao was also puzzled. The others were even more puzzled. At the same time, they didn't want Chen to take the risk. They signaled Chen to retreat. Why? Don't you dare to come up? Are you waiting for me to take the initiative and kill you all one by one? Seeing that the group in front of him was about to retreat, the young man said coldly. The flames around him became more violent. The destructive power shook the surroundings. Chen looked at the people around him and then back at the young man. This world was under his control. There was no way he could escape. He could only brace himself and step forward. He shouted, "I'll do it!" Su Mengyao and the others looked at Chen and their faces changed. Haha, there are indeed people who aren't afraid of death. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The young man laughed. I think you're the one who will die. When Chen was about to step forward, he decided to attack, and he used his full strength. As for his strongest attack, so far, it was naturally the Thunder God's finger. He had practiced this finger for a long time in the Sea of Thunder, but he didn't know if it was because he had never met an enemy. Although he was very familiar with this technique, he had never triggered the finger bone. As for Chen, he had almost forgotten about the existence of the phalanx. Only when he had encountered the burly man and used the lightning god's finger did he feel the presence of the phalanx. Moreover, there was a mysterious power coming from the phalanx. This power could barely be called the god's might. Chen formed a seal with his hand and then pointed his finger. The finger bone flew out and merged with the thunder in the sky. It turned into a thick thunderbolt that was like a thunder dragon. Besides being powerful, the most terrifying thing about this thunderbolt was the god's might. The thunder god's finger descended from the sky. So it didn't matter if the opponent could fly or not. It didn't matter if the opponent could or couldn't fly. It would be better if the opponent could fly. The young man looked surprised when he saw the finger seal. However, he wasn't afraid. He raised his hand and struck a palm toward the sky. Under this palm, the surrounding flame energy gathered in front of him and turned into a burning flame dragon of destruction. It pointed at the thunderbolt in the sky. Boom! The two types of energy collided and exploded with thousands of thunder sounds. The two types of energy began to collide and wreak havoc. At the same time, the god's might and the power of rule also began to collide. Because they were in the sky, when the destructive power spread, it also swept the young man's body. As soon as the young man was swept in, the light shield around him began to distort violently. It was as if it couldn't bear it and was about to explode. In the sky, the destructive power raged for a full 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, it slowly dissipated. However, during these 10 breaths, no sound was heard from the young man. There was no angry roar, no shrill scream. It was as if he had died the moment he was swept in by the destructive power. However, no one was sure that the young man was dead because there was no drop of blood falling from the sky. Just when everyone was guessing whether the young man was dead or alive, the destructive power in the sky dissipated and the finger bone flew back. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sky. When the destructive power dissipated, they saw the young man's figure. Then they lost their composure and shouted. Chapter 1090. The young man's body was burning with flames, and the destructive power of the rules was vibrating in the void. He didn't hide his killing intent, as he said. Naturally, there were other words behind the word. Everyone guessed that it was "you're going to die," comma, "you're going to die," and "you're going to die." In short, there were all kinds of guesses. Apart from the word "you," there was also the word "die." Because of the young man's current expression and actions, he had to be matched with the word "die." Zi Chen's expression immediately changed. He didn't expect the young man to be so powerful. His strongest attack didn't hurt the young man. He had to signal Su Mengyao and the others to retreat first. Just when Zi Chen had made up his mind to fight to the death, the young man finally said a complete sentence. "You're very good." Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What did he mean by very good? Shouldn't he say, "You're going to die. You must die. You're going to die now"? Soon, everyone came to their senses. Sometimes, when they were extremely angry, they would say some strange things because of anger. However, these strange words were to deepen the anger in their hearts. For example, "You're very good, so I'll kill you, torture you to death, and make your death painful." Among all kinds of guesses, no one thought that Zi Chen could survive under such circumstances. Naturally, no one believed that the young man would let Zi Chen go, because this was common knowledge. How could one survive after enraging a powerhouse? However, everyone seemed to have forgotten that this was a strange world. Everything in this world was extremely abnormal. In this abnormal world, it wasn't impossible for the young man to let Zi Chen go. Very good, very good. The young man unexpectedly said 2 more words. He withdrew his aura and landed on the ground. After landing on the ground, his eyes calmed down. This scene surprised everyone. They were all guessing what the young man was going to do. Seeing the young man walking over, Zi Chen frowned slightly. He suppressed the urge to retreat and stood there motionlessly, staring at the young man. There was a touch of admiration in the young man's eyes. He walked to Zi Chen and said, "Actually, you've already passed this level." Zi Chen looked at the young man in confusion. That idiot is the true guardian of this stage, but he insisted on going to the first stage to take a look. I didn't expect that he would be killed by you. So, I can only stand here and pretend to be the guardian to avoid being accused of neglecting my duties, the young man explained. It's that strong man. Zi Chen finally understood why the first trial was so difficult. It turned out that the strong man was the guardian of the 9th trial. The young man had a calm smile on his face, and he did not seem to have any ill intentions. Furthermore, it was clear that this young man had mastered more laws than the burly man had. It would be far too easy for him to kill Zi Chen, so there was no need for him to deliberately come here. After figuring this out, Zi Chen opened up a lot and asked, "You are the master of this world." The young man said, "I'm not a controller. At most, I'm a manager." Zi Chen hesitated. "Since you said that I've passed, there should be a reward for this round, right?" The young man laughed. "Didn't you take away that flaming spear?" Zi Chen said, "Seriously, that's the reward for the first trial, and this is the reward for the 9th trial. You can't mix them up." The young man looked at Zi Chen and laughed loudly. The young man looked very young, but if anyone really treated him as an ignorant youth, they would probably suffer a great loss. This world had probably not been set foot in for more than tens of thousands of years. The young man was able to become the guardian of this world, so he naturally had lived for a long time. In the distance, the others did not know what the two were talking about, but when they saw that Zi Chen had somehow managed to make the young man laugh, confusion appeared on their faces. At the same time, there were some other complicated emotions. Looking at the scene in front of them, Zi-Chin had escaped another disaster. "Since you want a reward, I'll give you one." After the young man laughed, he took out a token from his bosom. A token, another token. Zi-Chin had seen too many tokens in the past hundreds of years. A token was needed to control a formation. Enter a building, enter a ruin, and represent one's identity. The token was burning with flames. When Zi-Chin took it, he was surprised to find that it was not a simple token, but a piece of fiery red scale that had been carefully polished to look like a token. This is... Holding the fiery red scale in his hand, Zi-Chen's expression immediately changed. Many years ago, he also had a piece of scale like this. It was a token to enter the holy burial ground. But after he entered the depths, it suddenly disappeared. The young man patted Zi-Chen's shoulder and said, "Yes, you guessed right. This is the same token you had many years ago." Zi-Chen's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at the young man and said in a trembling voice, You know me." The young man glared at Zi-Chen and said with a smile, "Don't make such a fuss, okay? I'm the supervisor here, so naturally I'm the supervisor of the entire holy burial ground. It's not a secret that you took away the sky-splitting battle ape last time." Zi-Chen's heart was filled with waves of shock. His expression was naturally shocked to the extreme. "Look at you. In any case, you're now the strongest human in the same realm. Why do you act like you've never seen the world? If I tell you that this is only the human path for human cultivators to pass, would you be surprised? If I tell you that if you're in the earth realm, you'll take the earth path to heaven's stairway instead of the human path, would you be surprised? If I tell you that if you're in the heaven realm, you'll take the heaven path directly to the heaven realm, would you still be surprised? Of course, perhaps you've already guessed it, so naturally you won't be surprised. But if I tell you that those two paths are also under my control, you'll be surprised." After saying that, the young man smiled and looked at Zi-Chen, who was already shocked and horrified. You've met Senior." The shocked Zi-Chen suddenly reacted and directly bowed to the young man. Clearly, he had already understood a principle from the young man's short words. This young man's background was extraordinary, and his strength was even more extraordinary. For him to appear here at this realm, he must have been affected by the rules. If he was in the outside world, he should be in existence in the heaven origin realm. Moreover, since the young man had mentioned something from many years ago, it was obvious that the matter of taking away the sky-splitting battle ape had been approved by him. Otherwise, who could take away an extraordinary sky-splitting battle ape from here? All right, don't be so polite. Right now, if I didn't rely on the power of the rules, I wouldn't be a match for you. There's no need to call me Senior." The young man waved his hand and smiled. Zi-Chen nodded, but the shock in his heart still couldn't dissipate. He had already guessed that the young man was extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to be extraordinary to this extent. Standing beside the young man, Zi-Chen was slightly respectful. The young man waved his hand again. "All right, hurry up and go. You've passed this path of men. Go climb the sky stairway and enter the heaven realm." Zi-Chen respectfully asked, "I wonder if Senior can tell us what's in the heaven realm?" "There's danger, and there's fortuitous encounter." The young man's answer in Zi-Chen's eyes was obviously nonsense, and it was complete nonsense. However, he naturally didn't dare to refute, and could only ask again. "Senior, can you be more specific?" "Oh, specific." The young man smiled mockingly. "There's life-threatening danger, and you might even die. But if you're lucky enough to find a fortuitous encounter, I think it should be a rare, fortuitous encounter in your life. To be more specific, it's very dangerous, but the fortuitous encounter is also very big." This clearly wasn't the standard answer Zi-Chen wanted, but the phrase, rare, fortuitous encounter in your life, successfully piqued Zi-Chen's curiosity. Unfortunately, no matter how much Zi-Chen asked, all he got was some useless but extremely enticing nonsense. The young man didn't even say what the scale token was used for. "One last question. Senior, Have you ever seen 4 demons arrive in this world before? Zichen was naturally asking about the traces of the demon sovereign and the prince. In his opinion, the young man should be very clear, but who would have thought that after Zichen asked, the young man would shake his head, indicating that he didn't know, and that he had never seen 4 demons arrive in this world before. Could it be that they didn't descend in this world? Zichen's face was filled with confusion, but at the same time he let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't appear here, it was obvious that they wouldn't encounter them, which was also good. The young man's figure flashed, disappearing from this world. His voice resounded in the sky. Zichen, I'll wait for the day when you step onto the earth path. Once he passed the earth path, if that day really came, Zichen would truly be at the Earth Yuan stage. What did you guys talk about? You seemed to have a good chat. Look at how respectful you were, as if you wanted to acknowledge someone as your master. The young man left, and Su Mengyao and the others arrived. LV Peng joked. Zichen looked ahead and said, That master has an extraordinary background. Extraordinary? What's so extraordinary about him? Could it be that he's a heavenly Yuan stage practitioner? Zichen took a deep look at LV Peng and said seriously, That master is of course at the heavenly Yuan stage, but I'm guessing that he's not an ordinary heavenly Yuan stage practitioner. Besides Zichen, the others were all shocked. Obviously, they were all shocked. On the way, Zichen took out the scale token and studied it, but he didn't find anything special about it. Moreover, after the token recognized its master, it didn't have any effect. It was just like an identity token, completely useless. But since it was given by the young man, it might be useful, so Zichen kept it. After walking for dozens of miles, the group saw a sea of blood. At this moment, the sea of blood was rolling, and the waves were like angry dragons, constantly raging in the sea. The sea wind whistled, rolling up huge waves. The rolling sound was magnificent. At the center of the sea of blood, there was a blood-colored staircase that went straight into the sky. Obviously, this was the so-called stairway to heaven. The group had to climb the stairway to heaven from the center of the sea of blood to enter the heavenly Yuan stage. The sea of blood is rolling. There should be some kind of great danger. We have to be careful. Zichen released his spiritual sense to explore the sea of blood. He didn't find anything special, but he had a bad feeling. The other forces also arrived. When they saw the sea of blood, their expressions changed. Chapter 1091. The group of cultivators began to cross the sea, preparing to climb the stairway to heaven. There were no boats on the blood sea, but it was not difficult for them to walk on the water. Sure enough, the group did not sink when they stepped on the surface of the blood sea. Instead, they continued to walk on the blood sea. The first person to enter the blood sea was soon a dozen steps away. The blood sea was rolling, and huge waves were surging, but it did not harm this person. When everyone saw that the first person was not in danger, they all became excited. Then they quickly entered the blood sea and flew towards the center of the sea. Maybe it was because there were too many people, or because they were moving too fast, but some of the cultivators gradually lost control of their strength and fell into the blood sea. Zichen looked at the group of people crossing the blood sea like a tide and was slightly lost in thought. Many years ago, a human element cultivator was a heavenly existence in his eyes. Zichen could not see a human element cultivator as he wished. At that time, Zichen thought that human element cultivators were too rare, almost like treasures. But many years later, when Zichen reached this level, he realized that human element cultivators were like cabbages in the world. There were too many of them to count. Sure enough, one could only see certain things when one reached a certain height. I wonder if one day I reach the earth element realm, will there be so many earth element cultivators like cabbages? Zichen thought to himself, but it was not a realistic question, because there were not many earth element cultivators in the world. But without reaching that level, How could Zi-Chin know how many earth element cultivators there were in the world? Zi-Chin, who was lost in thought, quickly came back to his senses, because he made a very important discovery. The cultivators who fell into the blood sea did not appear again. Not a single one. They fell into the blood sea as if they had sunk to the bottom of the sea, and did not show their heads once. The blood sea was roaring, but Zi-Chen could not hear the sound of waves crashing. The cultivators were falling, but Zi-Chen could not hear the splash. It was as if the whole world had become strangely quiet, strangely silent, and strangely strange at the same time. The cultivators who crossed the sea of blood all had the same expression. They were neither happy nor sad, and it was difficult to see any flaws in their expressions. However, when they saw that many of their companions did not get up after falling, their expressions should have changed. However, they didn't. Their expressions were calm and even focused. Zi-Chin could see them clearly. He saw their calm and focused expressions. They were not far apart, but he felt that they were very far apart. It was as if they were in two different worlds. What he saw was clear, yet blurry, full of contradictions. Finally, one of the cultivators took a step back. However, this small step was very obvious in the group of cultivators who were all moving forward. The attention of Zi-Chin and the others immediately fell on this cultivator. They saw him take another step back, and then a third step. After taking 3 steps back, a beam of light suddenly shot out from his body. Then, his figure disappeared into thin air above the sea of blood. A person had disappeared into thin air. While Zi-Chin and the others were still trying to figure out what was going on, it was as if a chain reaction had occurred. From every direction of the blood sea, various lights lit up, and each light represented the disappearance of a cultivator. The cultivators who disappeared all had one thing in common. They all took 3 steps back at the same time. But where did they go after disappearing? Besides Zi-Chin, there were many other cultivators who did not enter the sea. At this moment, they were all puzzled. However, it was clear that they had not entered the heaven realm. If they fell into the sea of blood, they would never float up again. If they retreated, they would disappear. It was clear that the only correct path was forward. LV Peng looked ahead and said seriously, "There is no sound coming from the blood sea. The angry sea is still rolling, so there should be no sound. The biggest possibility is that sound is blocked. There should be a system of its own, or a small world. Perhaps they encountered some kind of array and are now in it. If they want to break the array, they can only go forward. If they fall or retreat, they will disappear." They slipped into the sea. Could it be that they encountered something that frightened them? They retreated. Could it be that they encountered something impossible? Without entering the sea of blood, all the guesses in the outside world were useless. Only by experiencing it personally would they know what they had foreseen, why they slipped and why they retreated. After looking for a long time and not understanding anything, Zi-Chin and the others decided to cross the sea. During this time, the various forces kept sending messages to their companions in the sea, but there was no response. Zi-Chin naturally gave up on the idea of going in alone and waiting for the others. The group moved forward and stepped into the sea of blood. As soon as they stepped foot on it, a force would naturally appear to hold their bodies. Although it was said that they were stepping on the sea of blood, it was no different from flat ground. Zi-Chin stepped into the sea of blood and then saw the sea of fire. He was in the middle of the sea of fire. Flames burned around him, and a pungent, burnt smell entered his nose. Zi-Chin almost suffocated. Looking at the flames around him and the charred corpses on the ground, Zi-Chin frowned. The extremely cruel scene in front of him was actually somewhat familiar. Zi-Chin had killed countless people in his life, but there were very few cases where he had set fire after killing people. It was so rare that he could not remember it at all. It's an illusion. Zi-Chin tried hard to remember if he had killed or set fire before, but he could not remember. He thought it was an illusion. The temperature of the flames around him clearly reached his senses. He tried to take a step forward and accidentally stepped on a dry branch that had not yet been set on fire, making a clear, cracking sound. Everything was very real, but Zichen could not remember when he had killed these people. He walked forward step by step and looked around. Then he saw some buildings burning in flames. It looked like a sect, but it had already been wiped out. A few heart-wrenching cries for help could be heard from the flames. Zichen tried hard to remember which sect had a grudge against him and which had received retribution. In the end, he thought of the martial ancestor. Could it be the martial ancestor? Zichen walked through the sea of fire, trying to find some clues. Suddenly, his expression froze. His eyes stared straight ahead. There was a huge sign on fire, but he could barely see the words on the sign. Nimbus Martial Ancestor. A name that was hidden in the bottom of Zichen's heart. A name that he had almost forgotten. The memories that were about to disappear suddenly surged into Zichen's mind like a tide. Scenes from many years ago appeared one after another. It was not him who had killed people, but people who had destroyed his sect. Yes, this is the Nimbus Martial Ancestor. My sect was destroyed by the Martial Ancestor. The Grand Elder was killed, and so was the Punishment Hall Master. The memories in Zichen's mind overlapped with the sea of fire in front of him. Sure enough, in less than a moment, a familiar shout rang out. A figure passed through the sea of fire. It was a young man who looked very young. His face was filled with grief as he rushed into the sea of fire. He began to call out the names of his friends, and then began to search among the corpses. Grand Elder, Hall Master, Lin Shui, Su Mengyao. Zichen quietly looked at the young and immature Zichen. He looked at himself in the past, at the despair that appeared on his face when he saw a female corpse. Although this scene looked very strange, Zichen looked at it calmly. The scene of the destruction of his sect appeared again. The young man was very sad, but Zichen was very calm. He was now sure that this was an illusion. In the sea of blood, Zichen's expression was calm. His steps were also very calm. Every step was the same as he walked towards the center of the sea of blood. During this time, there were still people falling into the sea and people disappearing. However, Zichen seemed to be unaware. He slowly but firmly walked forward. Just like what had happened in the past, the young man did not find the person he wanted alive. Then he met the Martial Ancestors' people and began his life of escape. In this life of escape, he was injured, killed people, ate wild fruits, ate raw meat, and chewed grass. He was sullen and he was strong. As if the scene had reappeared, Zichen saw the small village again. He saw the young Wang Xian, Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, and Wang Shi who had died many years ago. Then he saw the monk, Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, and many more people in Songli City. Zichen did not know what this illusion was trying to express. There were very few heartwarming scenes. Most of them were killings, blood, and faces of despair and indifference. Despair belonged to those who were killed by Zichen. The indifferent faces belonged to Zichen. In the end, bloody scenes appeared in front of Zichen. There were headless corpses flying backward, heads rolling down, expressions of those who died with grievances, bloodstains that dyed the ground red, souls that turned into ghosts due to deep resentment, and abdomen who self-destructed due to unwillingness and despair. There were all kinds of bloody scenes. These people were all killed by Zichen. However, Zichen could only remember a small portion of them. He could not remember the faces and names of most of them, but he killed them all. The scenes of killing were still being shown. It was like a fast-forwarded camera. However, even if it was deliberately sped up, it only reached the scene of Zichen's elixir essence. This was because Zichen had killed too many people in his life. He had killed countless people. In addition to the images, Zichen heard voices echoing in his ears. These voices were resentful, weeping and demanding his life. They were like evil spirits and ghosts that constantly floated around him and spoke in his ears. Looking at the bloody scenes in front of him, listening to the voices demanding his life, as well as the voices that were mercilessly condemning Zichen's sins like the heavenly Tao. Zichen was expressionless. He quietly watched the young Zichen in front of him moving towards maturity. He quietly watched the enemies being killed one by one. He quietly listened to the voices demanding his life and the condemnation of the heavenly Tao. He quietly watched everything with a calm expression. In this way, he did not know how many scenes of killing. Zichen frowned and gradually felt impatient. He looked at the void and said calmly, "I don't know what you are going to tell me. Maybe you want me to realize my mistakes, or maybe you want me to be dusty. No matter what your purpose is, I want to say that I have no regrets for what I have done in this life." Zichen shouted, "I have a clear conscience, so I have no regrets." Chapter 1092. After breaking the illusion, Zichen stood on the surface of the blood sea with the blood-colored stairs in front of him. Zichen's mind was extremely firm, and he had killed countless people along the way. A mere illusion that tested one's mind was nothing to him. "You're awake." A voice came from beside Zichen. He thought that he was the first person to cross the blood sea, but he didn't expect someone to be faster than him. It was Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao cultivated the Tao of ethereal Tao, which was ethereal and followed her heart. The test of one's mind was child's play for her. She had already crossed the blood sea without even seeing the illusion. The waves in the blood sea surged like blood dragons, and thunderous sounds echoed in the surroundings. After crossing the blood sea, Zichen heard the sound of the blood sea. The demonic ape LV Peng and the others were also moving forward at a steady pace. Their steps were firm, and their expressions were calm. Zichen believed that these people would have no problem crossing the blood sea, because if they couldn't, then how many people could cross the blood sea? Since not everyone was here, they couldn't climb the stairway to heaven. While waiting, Su Mengyao suddenly asked, "What did you see in the blood sea?" Zichen answered honestly, "I saw the Nimbus martial ancestor, blood and endless killing." Su Mengyao nodded, silently without saying anything. A few minutes later, the devil ape arrived and successfully crossed the sea with a calm expression. During this period, there were still people who fell into the sea. Some seemed to have retreated after seeing the terrifying scene and disappeared. After a while, LV Peng came forward. Immediately after, some spirit bodies arrived and looked at Zichen with fear. Without hesitation, they stepped onto the stairway to heaven. The Longhu and spirit-devouring rats also successfully crossed the sea. As Zichen's team arrived, more people succeeded in crossing the sea. Unlike Zichen, who chose to wait for their companions, they went to find their own opportunities and hurriedly climbed the stairway to heaven. The original army had completely disbanded after passing the 9 stages of the human path. Everything depended on luck. The stairway to heaven was 10 feet wide, and the stairs went straight into the sky. It was impossible to see how long it was. However, as many cultivators climbed up the stairway to heaven, it did not feel crowded at all. Zichen raised his head and looked at the group of cultivators who were climbing the stairway to heaven. He realized that they were climbing the stairway at a very fast speed. They did not stop at all and had already reached the 10th step. One beam of light after another suddenly lit up. It was just like how some of the cultivators had retreated earlier. The moment the beams of light lit up, one cultivator after another disappeared. It was unknown where they had gone. After more than 10 steps, the figures that hadn't disappeared slowed down significantly. Some of them even stood still. Climbing the sky stairway is indeed not that simple. "This is yet another test," Su Mengyao said from the side. Zichen's group had successfully crossed the sea, and the next step was to climb the stairway to heaven. Obviously, they had to rely on themselves for this step, and they could only rely on themselves. "See you at the end of the stairway." Without any words of encouragement, Zichen nodded at the crowd and directly stepped onto the blood-colored stairs. Everyone stepped on the stairs, and it was almost effortless for them to climb the 10th step. They predicted that the first 10 steps would be the easiest. However, he did not expect Zichen to stop after stepping on the first step. He stopped at the first step. Could it be that he encountered something? Everyone was very puzzled, but, as mentioned before, they could only rely on themselves. Therefore, everyone stepped onto the stairs one after another, and then climbed the stairs as fast as they could, instantly overtaking Zichen. Su Mengyao was the last to climb the stairs. Looking at Zichen's motionless figure, she could vaguely guess that Zichen seemed to have seen something. To be precise, Zichen did not see anything, but met a person who changed his destiny. Of course, this person was not a benefactor, but an enemy that Zichen had killed with his own hands. Zhao Can. After so many years, Zichen once again saw this young man who forsook righteousness for profit. The image of this young man in his mind had long been blurred. If he had not seen this face again, he would not have remembered this person. Although he had changed Zichen's destiny in the torrent of time, he was just a passing traveler who made a small splash. Looking at Zhao Can now, he was still very young and tender. His expression was anxious, and there was also a trace of anger hidden within. Zichen looked at Zhao Can and said seriously, "Perhaps you are right. The only thing that sustains this world is profit, or rather, it is profit that connects all the people and things in this world." Looking at Zhao Can reminded him of what Zhao Can had once said. It had to be said that Zichen had used hundreds of years to prove that Zhao Can's point of view was correct. Profit. Everything was for profit. He clearly had an irreconcilable enmity with the 5 elemental powers, but he still chose to cooperate with them. Back in the fringe, he did not have a good relationship with the 5 elemental powers, but he had no choice but to cooperate because of profit. Thus, he used profit to bind them to him. Everything was for profit. Zichen had used hundreds of years to verify this matter, but Zhao Can had already understood this when he was in his teens. Zichen, what nonsense are you talking about? Let me ask you, is what you said about the snow ginseng true? Asked Zhao Can. His expression was constantly fluctuating. Zichen looked at Zhao Can seriously. He saw the anxious expression on Zhao Can's face, the trace of panic in the depths of his eyes, and the trace of murderous intent. This was something that had happened many years ago, and now it was happening again. However, Zichen did not expect that the excited and agitated expression he had back then would reveal so many complicated emotions. How could a youngster hide anything from Zichen, who had lived for hundreds of years? But this youngster had managed to deceive Zichen back then. Zichen suddenly chuckled and said, "Almost all of my current achievements are thanks to you. If not for what happened back then, perhaps there would only be a mediocre Zichen who could not even break through to the Xiantian realm, instead of the current Zichen." Seeing that Zhao Can's expression was gradually becoming stunned, Zichen continued, "Back then, you were my greatest enemy. I couldn't wait to kill you, but now that I think about it, I should be thanking you. It was your selfishness back then that made me who I am today." Zhao Can's expression changed again. He looked at Zichen as if he was looking at an idiot. "Zichen, are you sick? Why are you spouting such nonsense? I'm asking you if the snow ginseng you mentioned really exists." Zhao Can's expression was extremely serious. It seemed that he was also extremely nervous about the matter of the snow ginseng. Zichen had almost forgotten what a 500-year-old snow ginseng looked like. Zichen smiled meaningfully and said, "Of course it's real. 500 years old is very sufficient. That's good. We can exchange it for a fusion Qidong. There's hope for us to enter the inner sect." "Right. When are we going to look for it?" Zhao Can anxiously asked. "You can look for it whenever you want." Zichen smiled and said, "But you can inform Wang Xiong." Zhao Can's expression changed. He forced himself to calm down and asked, "Zichen, what do you mean by this?" Nothing. I'm just asking if you can inform Senior Brother Wang Xiong and find shelter. If you can inform him and find him, then we can go. When we reach the place, you can kill me." Looking at Zichen's extremely calm eyes, Zhao Can's expression became extremely flustered. He subconsciously retreated a few steps and said in a panic, "Zichen, what nonsense are you talking about?" "This is not nonsense, it's the truth. Because this matter has already happened, and I was almost killed by you. But in the end, I survived and you died." Looking at Zhao Can's panic, confusion, Zichen explained, "There is no snow ginseng, there is no Wang Xiong, and there is no Nimbus martial ancestor. It's fake. Everything is fake. You are also fake. There is only me." Zichen looked at himself. He was wearing a blue robe, and his body was slightly thin. He could only sense the fourth layer of Jin Qi in his body. He paused and said, "Only I am real." "Crazy, you're really crazy. Zichen, you're crazy." Zhao Can had already retreated to the door in fright. He could run away at any time. Zichen stared at the flustered Zhao Can and smiled calmly. He said, "You don't have to be nervous. Everything is fake. No matter how real it is still fake. The reason why I've been talking nonsense with you for so long is because I hated you many years ago. I wanted you to die. Even after killing you, I still hate you. But now I want to tell you that as time passes and I become stronger, I no longer hate you. In fact, I am somewhat grateful to you, because if it weren't for your stab, Zichen would probably no longer be Zichen. So, in order to thank you, I have decided to kill you with my own hands and pierce your heart with my own hands." Zhao Can's face became even paler, but facing the threat of death, his frightened face suddenly showed a hint of ruthlessness. He suddenly stood up and shouted at Zichen, "Zichen, you want to kill me? You have forgotten the rules of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Even if you have forgotten the rules, you can't forget my strength. In a battle of life and death, the winner is 60-40. I get 60-40, you get 40-40. I only need one strike to kill you," Zichen said seriously. Then he stretched out his hand and a short dagger appeared in his hand. Seeing this short dagger, Zhao Can lost his composure. "This is mine. Why is it with you? When did you steal it?" Zichen didn't say anything and walked straight towards Zhao Can. Zhao Can retreated in fear. He wanted to escape, but he suddenly found that there was no path. The place where the door should have been was gone. The door was gone, the window was gone. Seeing Zichen walking towards him, Zhao Can felt as if he was looking at a vicious beast. He lost all will to fight, and his face was filled with fear. "Zichen, you can't kill me. We are brothers," Zhao Can said in fear. Zichen suddenly laughed. His smile was somewhat sinister. "Brothers are used to betray others when there are benefits. Although I still don't agree with your point of view, I have to say that in this situation, this sentence is still somewhat useful to me, because killing you will allow me to take a step forward. It can be considered to be beneficial to me, so go die." Zichen stabbed the short dagger in his hand towards Zhao Can's chest. Zhao Can was stabbed to death. On the blood-colored stairs, right after Zhao Can's death, Zichen took a step forward. Then another step, another step. After walking up more than 20 steps, Zichen said, "This illusion is really boring." Chapter 1093. Crossing the Sea of Blood was a test of the heart of cultivation. The heart of a powerhouse was regarded as an inner demon. Climbing the stairway to heaven was also a test, but the scope of the test was wider, more comprehensive, and more thorough. To some people, this test was meaningless. However, to others, it was an opportunity. Zichen, for example, saw Zhao Can as soon as he stepped onto the first step. His heart was clear, and he knew that everything was fake. However, he still talked nonsense with Zhao Can for a long time before he finally broke through to the next step. Apart from the slight regret in his heart that he had carelessly killed Zhaokin back then, he was mostly bored. The original Sea of Blood and Zhaokin reminded him of his debut, so he did a short review. Zhaokin had an extraordinary meaning to Ziqin. Even though he was in the past, he still had some meaning. However, the various illusions that followed were meaningless to Ziqin. Therefore, after climbing more than 20 steps, he said that it was meaningless. At the same time, he wanted to reach the top with a clear mind. However, at that moment, Ziqin saw a person in the illusion. He stood there in a daze, as if he had been struck by lightning. Elder Hiroshi. He saw Elder Hiroshi, the kind old man who taught him the yin-yang technique and helped him selflessly for many years without asking for anything in return. The old man had died for Ziqin. Although many years had passed, Ziqin would blame himself every time he thought about it. The old man had sacrificed himself for him. Elder Hiroshi. Looking at the old man in front of him, Ziqin greeted him respectfully and bowed deeply to the old man. You are very polite, little guy. However, I won't give you the inheritance, since you are so polite. If you can't pass the test, you won't have the inheritance. Elder Hiroshi was surprised, but his cold expression eased a little. The familiar face and voice made Ziqin lose control of his emotions. Tears appeared in his eyes, which was rare. He shook his head and said, "It's not for the test. Ziqin owes Elder Hiroshi a big gift." Then, ignoring Elder Hiroshi's puzzled and confused expression, Ziqin knelt down and bowed to Elder Hiroshi. Elder Mo's expression instantly returned to normal. He smiled and said, "You little brat, you're really interesting. Wait, how did you know that my name has Mo in it? Did your elders tell you?" Even if Ziqin explained, Elder Hiroshi definitely wouldn't understand. However, Ziqin patiently told Elder Hiroshi about what had happened in the past few years. Of course, to the current Elder Hiroshi, Ziqin was talking about the future. At some point in time, the crowd of trial participants had all disappeared. Only Elder Hiroshi was left. Listening to Ziqin's story, Elder Hiroshi shook his head and laughed. He felt that it was ridiculous, but it didn't take long before his expression turned solemn. Finally, Elder Mo lost his composure and asked, "What did you say?" "You said you obtained both the yin and yang legacies here." Ziqin nodded and said seriously, "That's right. I obtained the yin-yang inheritance and achieved the compatibility of yin and yang." A load of nonsense, a load of nonsense. The inheritance is right here, and without my permission, no one can take it away. Furthermore, yin and yang are compatible. How many people in this world can do that? Elder Hiroshi used a glare to hide his shock. Ziqin smiled and didn't explain. He walked directly to the inheritance. Ziqin easily passed through the few stages and received the inheritance. Under Elder Hiroshi's dumbfounded gaze, a yin-yang diagram appeared above Ziqin's head. Ziqin began to receive the yin-yang inheritance. When he received the yin-yang inheritance, Ziqin could clearly sense the two forces in his mind. One was extremely yin and the other was extremely yang. These were the forces of yin and yang. In the midst of yin and yang, Ziqin saw the imposing figure. The two were demonstrating yin and yang in Ziqin's mind. Back then, when yin and yang appeared, the void collapsed and the world shattered. Ziqin, who was in the higher heaven realm, could tell that yin and yang were extraordinary and extremely powerful. After so many years, when Ziqin looked at the two seals again with the eyesight of the human origin stage, he found that there was a mysterious power surging on them. This power was a bit like the power of rules, but it wasn't. So yin and yang have such a mysterious aspect. He was trying to verify Elder Hiroshi's theory, but he didn't expect to find out that yin and yang had another world. His eyes lit up and he immediately immersed himself in the process of understanding yin and yang. In Elder Hiroshi's eyes, Ziqin was only in the higher heaven realm. Now that he was receiving the yin and yang forces, his expression didn't change at all. At the same time, he didn't scream because of the pain caused by the energy. Elder Hiroshi was very satisfied with his mentality. In this illusion, the scene from back then reappeared. Zichen's understanding of extreme yin and extreme yang deepened. Time had no meaning here, so Zichen didn't know how long he had been comprehending. Maybe it was a blink of an eye, a day, a year, 10 years, or hundreds or thousands of years. In short, when he opened his eyes and received the yin and yang inheritance, Elder Hiroshi was still looking at him in shock. "You've received the inheritance?" Elder Hiroshi asked. Zichen nodded. So fast, so simple. Elder Hiroshi still couldn't believe it. Zichen demonstrated it for him, and the shock on Elder Hiroshi's face deepened. After that, the two began their journey. During this period, Zichen abandoned the rest of his companions and only took Elder Hiroshi with him. Along the way, the events from back then happened bit by bit. Just as Zichen had said, they began to experience all kinds of dangers. Even when the danger would come and how to deal with it, it was just as Zichen had said. There were very few discrepancies. Elder Hiroshi asked in shock, "You have the power of prophecy." Zichen shook his head and said, "I don't have the power of prophecy. It's just that I've experienced it before." Then he looked at Elder Hiroshi and said, "Core formation is imminent, and we're about to part. I really can't bear to part." This was only an illusion. In the real world, Elder Hiroshi was already dead. Now, if Zichen wanted to, Elder Hiroshi could die in front of him at any time. However, he didn't want to, so he stood on the stairs and didn't take another step. At the end of the stairs, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Zichen below and muttered, "It seems that he has a lot of things that he can't let go of." Time passed in the blink of an eye. Zichen established a sect in the land of chaos, and it was time to form his core. When he returned to the Wuji sect and saw the stone house, Elder Hiroshi's expression became incomparably shocked. Zichen looked at the shocked Elder Hiroshi and asked, "Elder Hiroshi, this is the end. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" After accompanying Zichen for a long time, Elder Hiroshi gradually believed in him. He looked at Zichen and pondered for a long time. Then he sighed and said, "I don't have any regrets. If, and I'm saying if, you have the ability, then rebuild the Wuji sect." This time, Zichen heard Elder Hiroshi's wish with his own ears. He nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely rebuild the Wuji sect and bring it to greater heights." Elder Hiroshi nodded and said, "All right, let's begin." Zichen began to form his core. The scene from back then reappeared. At this moment, it was like there were two Zichen. One was forming his core, while the other was quietly watching. The appearance of the rules, the arrival of danger. Elder Hiroshi sacrificed himself, and Zichen quietly watched without destroying the illusion. This was a scene that he had never seen before. He wanted to remember it, to engrave it in his heart forever. In the end, Zichen took the step again. Just like that, Zichen stepped forward and sped up. There were no more regrets during this period. When Elder Hiroshi disappeared from Zichen's world, he appeared in another one. That was LV Peng's world. Other than selflessly helping Zichen, Elder Hiroshi spent the rest of his time teaching LV Peng Array Dao. In this illusory world, only LV Peng and Elder Hiroshi were present. At this moment, there were many array formation materials in front of LV Peng. Elder Hiroshi was teaching him Array Dao. He started with what LV Peng had learned before. Then he started to explain some Array Dao that LV Peng had never learned before. LV Peng was immersed in comprehending and understanding. There were fortuitous encounters and opportunities on the stairway to heaven. Elder Hiroshi was LV Peng's opportunity. At this moment, with the help of this mysterious stairway, Elder Hiroshi seemed to have come back to life and personally taught LV Peng Array Dao. Longhu's world was relatively simple. Before he met Zichen, he was in an energy shield that looked like a huge egg. His mind was blank. However, he saw another Longhu sovereign on the steps. The Longhu sovereign was one of a kind, but there were two of them in the world before him. One of them was the smaller Longhu sovereign and was called Longhu. The other one was tall and imposing and was also the Longhu sovereign and was called Inherited Memory. In addition to Longhu and the spirit-devouring rats, the devil ape also gained a lot. This stairway to heaven was extraordinary. It went straight to one's heart. One could even see the depths of one's heart, as well as some sealed or hidden things in the depths of one's mind. Compared to everyone's gains, Su Mengyao, who was the first to climb the stairway and step into the heaven realm, was the only one who gained nothing. Even Ziqin had a new understanding of extreme yin and extreme yang, but she gained nothing. Zhang Haotian's understanding of the original inheritance deepened, but he did not obtain any new inheritance. When he reached the top of the stairway, he looked back. LV Peng was motionless, and Ziqin was slowly climbing the stairway. Longhu and the others were also slowly climbing the stairway. Ziqin came to the ancient road. This was also one of the places where Ziqin grew up. He grew up here, fought here, killed spirits, destroyed conspiracies, and offended the five elements forces. Before this, Ziqin had already cut off all the boring things. However, there were some things he did not want to cut off on this ancient road. He did not know what they were, so he could only watch quietly as time passed. Ziqin was training, until one day he killed a spirit. In a daze, he seemed to have thought of something. Yes, it was her. As soon as she appeared in his mind, he arrived in a world. This was a world formed by pitch-black devil chi. A massacre was going on in this world. In this world, Ziqin seemed to have become a pure spectator. He saw many devils slaughtering. He also saw Shou Ho, Gu Hu, and naturally Gu. This was a woman that Ziqin had made a promise to. However, he could never fulfill his promise. Ziqin did not see the scene that day. He only knew that this small world was occupied by the devils. But today, Ziqin saw this battle as a spectator. Massacre. This was a complete massacre. There was no one left alive. In this endless devil chi, Ziqin heard the most sounds of self-detonation. There was Gu Hu's parents' self-detonation, and then Gu Hu and Gu Yu's self-detonation. Ziqin stood in the air without any change in his expression. The moment before Gu Yu's figure disappeared, Ziqin said, "Don't worry, I will avenge you. I will fight the devils to the death." In a daze, Gu Yu seemed to have sensed something. The moment before she self-detonated, she suddenly looked at a certain spot in the sky. At that moment, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Chapter 1094. Ziqin had stepped into the heavenly realm. Whether what he had encountered before was his mischievous thoughts or fate, in Ziqin's view, there was no point in continuing to delve into it. What he had seen before could be the regret in Ziqin's heart. In order to make up for his regret, Ziqin was comforting himself, deceiving himself, atoning for his sins, or perhaps it was fate. He had to let Ziqin see this to resolve the regret in his heart. Whether it was the former or the latter, in short, his goal had been achieved. After the test, Ziqin's heart was calm and settled, and at the moment of calmness he had also finished the seemingly long stairway to heaven, which actually only had 99 steps. He climbed the last stairway to heaven and entered the heavenly realm. Looking at the scene in front of him, it was as if he had entered another world. The air was filled with a refreshing fragrance, and the crisp sound of birds echoed in his ears. Some unknown flowers on the ground were blooming like hundreds of flowers, competing in beauty. Some unknown small beasts were jumping and playing among the flowers. The birds were singing, and the flowers were fragrant, and the birds and beasts were not startled. It was like a paradise on earth. If one insisted on calling it the heavenly realm, it would not be an exaggeration. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was rich and pure. It was a rare holy land for cultivation. Releasing his perception and looking around, Zichen felt extremely comfortable. Suddenly, a sound came from behind him. It was a demon who had climbed the stairway to heaven. He saw Zichen from afar and naturally recognized this powerful human existence. His face changed slightly, and he immediately took a detour and flew forward. Humans and demons could not coexist. This demon was not sure if the powerful human would lower himself to kill him in this situation. The sound of breaking air rang out, startling the small beasts in the wild. The strong wind broke the flowers and grass, and the demon turned into a black light and flew away. Suddenly, a roar came from the horizon, and a huge monster appeared in his line of sight. It was an unknown beast exuding a vast aura. It suddenly appeared in the air and attacked the demon. The claws were sharp and cold, like divine weapons. The powerful force shook the space, tore through the void, and landed on the demon. Then there was a loud bang, and the demon's body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, dyeing the flowers red. Seeing that the demon had already reacted but was still blown up by a single blow, Zichen was obviously surprised. There was still some distance between the two sides, but under the perception of his perfect spiritual sense, Zichen found that there was a strange aura on the giant beast. With a tap of his foot, Zichen stepped onto the open space in the middle of the flowers. His figure flashed forward like a bolt of lightning. His target was clear. He was heading straight for the giant creature. Zichen had never seen anything like this before. Its body was like an oversized silkworm cocoon, and its back was covered with silvery white barbs. For claws grew out of its lower body, which were very uncoordinated. It also had a short tail and a head that was not very big compared to its body. All of these things combined to form a strange-looking giant beast. In addition to its strange appearance, the giant beast's aura was also very strange. It was not pure elemental energy, nor was it spiritual sense. It was a familiar yet strange aura. Zichen stood 100 meters away from the giant beast, watching its cold and bloodthirsty eyes fall on him. Perhaps because it felt too much pressure, the giant beast did not immediately attack. One man and one beast looked at each other from 100 meters away, but neither made a move. On the side, the demon's exploded body destroyed a patch of flowers, clearly showing the strength of this beast. As they looked at each other, the atmosphere gradually became oppressive. Zichen's expression did not change much, but the aura on his body made the giant beast feel very uncomfortable and extremely dangerous. At this moment, it could feel that its escape route was completely blocked, and there was a great danger approaching. However, the giant beast did not run away, because in its memory there was no such thing as running away. The two stared at each other for a full 10 breaths. During these 10 breaths, the giant beast felt more and more pressure. If it did not attack now, it was afraid that it would not be able to attack again. As a result, the giant beast's killing intent rose, and it attacked Zichen. It was the same attack as before. The sharp claw was exactly the same as when it had killed the demon, but the power of this attack was 30% weaker than before. It was the same attack, but 30% weaker. Zichen was puzzled. He wondered if the pressure he gave the giant beast was not strong enough. Was the giant beast looking down on him? But then he saw great fear in the giant beast's eyes. This fear was not directed at Zichen, but at himself. Suddenly, the giant beast's attack was 30% weaker. Pum! Zichen punched out and easily blocked the attack. At the same time, he pushed back the giant beast. The giant beast that was knocked back roared and charged towards Zichen once again. It could be seen that the fear in its eyes had turned into madness. Obviously, the next attack should be even more terrifying. However, the power of this attack was still not as strong as when it had killed the demon. Zichen punched out again and repelled the giant beast for the second time. Although he didn't know why the giant beast's combat power had suddenly decreased, He had completely lost interest in it because its combat power was too weak for Zichen to pay attention to. In the sky above the heavenly realm, the demon lord and the others stood there, looking down at the world. Venerable, why are the attacks of these giant beasts different in strength? Looking at the different attacks of the same giant beast, the prince asked in confusion. A cold smile appeared on the demon lord's face. He said, "These are some little tricks that the ancient race played in the past. They created these heavenly beasts for training. When they see an ancient race member, their combat power will be reduced by 30%. On the contrary, if they see a non-ancient race member, their combat power will be restored to normal." There was a look of surprise on the prince's face. However, he did not understand. He asked, "But since it's a training, what's the point of having their powers reduced by 30%? Shouldn't it be better for the target of the training to be stronger?" This question had the demon lord deep in thought. After a moment, he said, "You don't understand. I don't understand either. The existence of these heavenly beasts is extraordinary. They all have an inner core within their bodies. This inner core is where their essence resides. It is also a key material for humans to create spirit weapons. I guess that is the true purpose of the training." What? The prince's face changed immediately. The inner core of the heavenly beasts can be used to create spirit weapons. Just then, an ancient race member had just killed a heavenly beast. From the corpse of the heavenly beast, he dug out a glowing inner core. Within the inner core, there was a shadow of a heavenly beast. Clearly, it was a type of soul. The ancient race member kept the inner core and continued deeper. Indeed, this is a key material for creating spirit weapons. Demon Lord, what's the point of us waiting here? We should just go down and kill the heavenly beasts. The prince's face was filled with excitement. The demon lord looked at the prince with a look of disdain. What's the hurry? These people are all going to die eventually. The heavenly beasts that they kill are naturally ours. Rather than killing them one by one, why don't we just kill them later? Pausing for a moment, the demon lord continued. Furthermore, there are overseers in this place. It's not easy for us to escape from their detection. If we appear out of nowhere, we will definitely attract trouble. The most important thing right now is to recover our strength. The moment he finished speaking, the two demon lords led the two of them forward in the void. Along the way, they bumped into quite a number of humans and heavenly beasts. Looking at them, the prince felt an itch in his heart. However, as a prince, he naturally knew that it was better to snatch than to kill. Therefore, he suppressed the urge to go down and kill the heavenly beasts. Just as the four of them disappeared, a person appeared where they were standing just a moment ago. It was a young man. It was the overseer. Looking in the direction where the four of them had left, a smile appeared on his face. It was a smile that was filled with evil intentions and a little creepy. Puff! When Zichen struck out with his fifth attack, the giant beast in front of him was no match for him. It was killed by Zichen. After killing the giant beast, Zichen intended to leave. However, he suddenly felt a wave of soul power coming from the giant beast's body. Zichen furrowed his brows. Using one of his fingers as a sword, he slashed at the giant beast in front of him. The giant beast's body was cut open, and a beautiful light burst out from within. The soul power that he had sensed earlier became clearer. This is a soul fragment. Zichen found a fist-sized monster core in the giant beast's body. He saw a soul fragment within the monster core. Zichen had seen many Thunder's spirit crystalline souls, and he had even seen Moon's spirit crystalline souls. At a glance, he could tell that this was a soul fragment. The difference between a human-grade weapon and a soul weapon was that it lacked a soul fragment. After looking at the monster core for a long time, Zichen was sure that the monster core in his hand could be used to forge a soul weapon. At that time, the strongest weapon that could exist in the world was undoubtedly a soul weapon. Once a human-grade warrior had a soul weapon, his combat power would be much stronger than a human-grade warrior. In the Wuji sect, which had a lot of resources, human-grade warriors were already common, and every human-grade warrior had one. However, there were only 20 or so soul weapons. Now that he saw that the monster core in the giant beast could be used to forge a soul weapon, Zichen's eyes lit up. This thing was useless to him, but it was very useful to the Wuji sect. Therefore, Zichen had to get more of it. Kill. Putting away the monster core, Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He flapped his thunder wings and began to search for giant beasts to kill. Just as he had guessed before, there would be an inner elixir in every giant beast that he killed. Every inner elixir represented a spirit weapon. Even Zichen had joined the slaughter army. From this, it could be seen how serious the slaughter in this world was. Just like in the human-grade realm, no matter if it was a human or a heavenly beast, the blood that flowed out would naturally disappear and be absorbed by the underground formation. Then, it would be absorbed by the 2 demon sovereigns. The 2 demon sovereigns had recovered from their injuries, but they were not satisfied. They wanted to become stronger. They had mastered some of the rules in this world. So naturally, they had ways to not be controlled by the rules. Therefore, they needed to increase their combat power to the peak. Then, they would kill everyone here, take control of this place, and become the master of the Saint Burial Ground. It had to be said that this was a crazy and bold idea. Chapter 1095. As long as one was in the human origin stage, one would be able to see the extraordinariness of the heavenly beast's inner core. Naturally, they would start to fight for it. Thus, the entire world entered a state of slaughter. For some reason, slaughter was the purpose of this world. Humans versus beasts, humans versus humans. However, in general, in this slaughter, the Aboriginals had the upper hand. Zichen was moving quickly in this world, looking for heavenly beasts. Somewhere in this world, there was a group of 10 people. They were all dressed in black, with a black cloth covering their heads. They were moving forward, silently. Roar! Suddenly a loud roar sounded. A heavenly beast appeared from the void and attacked the group of 10. A cold, murderous intent appeared. One of the 10 disappeared in an instant. The next moment, that person appeared beside the heavenly beast and hit it with his palm. Bang! With a loud bang, the heavenly beast was pushed back by the powerful force. Its huge body lost control in the air, but it was not injured. This did not mean that the black-clothed person was not strong, nor that the heavenly beast had a strong defense. It was just that the black-clothed person did not want to hurt it. After the black-clothed person pushed the heavenly beast back, his body flashed again and hit the heavenly beast several times. With a loud bang, the heavenly beast was knocked unconscious. Then the black-clothed person took out a bowl-shaped object and aimed it at the heavenly beast. A suction force came from the mouth of the bowl and sucked the heavenly beast into it. After that, the black-clothed person returned to the group. While the black-clothed person was fighting with the heavenly beast, the others did not stop. It was as if they were not worried that their companions would be at a disadvantage. When the black-clothed person returned, the leader asked, "How many?" 11. The black-clothed person's indifferent tone had a hint of humility. The black-clothed person looked ahead. There was a battle at the end of his line of sight. 4 humans and 3 heavenly beasts were fighting, but the result was not worrying. Together with the previous 3, it should be enough. 14 heavenly beasts, representing 14 soul weapons. This kind of temptation is definitely big enough. It should be enough. Without waiting for the leader's order, the black-clothed person who had returned earlier rushed forward. He merged with the void and approached the battlefield. After a while, he returned after 3 attacks. When he looked at the battlefield again, the 4 humans' bodies were torn apart by the heavenly beasts. However, the 3 heavenly beasts did not leave. Instead, they looked at the black-clothed person who had suddenly appeared in front of them. The The black-clad man looked at the three heavenly beasts and said indifferently, "Go and prepare." The group of 9 responded and then spread out in all directions. They spread out for about 10 miles. Then they took out array platforms that had already been carved out from their spirit rings and placed them in all directions. The array platform was complex and simple, but it was perfect. It was personally carved by the clan's array master. The formation was known as the Forbidden Killing Formation. It was one of the trump cards of the Killing Clan. In the past few years, the Shurji clan had taken on missions and killed countless people. They had killed almost all kinds of existences, except for spirit bodies. However, this was the first time they had used the forbidden killing method in the past few thousand years. Just as the 9 assassins set up the forbidden killing formation, their leader charged towards the 3 heavenly beasts. Energy vibrated and light flashed. The battle ended as soon as it started. The 3 heavenly beasts were knocked unconscious on the ground. There were several wounds on their bodies, but they were all from the previous battle. A moment later, the 9 people who had set up the formation returned. "Big brother, the ban on killing is already in effect. Should we lure them in?" Them. Z. Chind brought a lot of people with him this time. "We set up the forbidden killing formation. If we only kill him, wouldn't it be a waste?" The leader of the black-clad men frowned slightly. He seemed to be thinking, using the forbidden killing formation to kill people. He was confident that he could kill Zichin. Killing those who followed Zichin at the same time seemed reasonable. However, when he thought about how the clan's powerhouses had repeatedly told him to kill Zichin, he shook his head and said, "Act according to the original plan. Lure Zichin here alone. As for the others, we will deal with them later. Now, inform them that we have found the ambush location." A special wave began to spread in this area. Except for a few special existences, almost no one could detect this wave. The spirit bodies of the major forces had already climbed up the stairway to heaven. As the wave spread, their expressions changed. "We finally found a good place. For this ambush, we have paid a great price. I hope you will do as you promised and succeed 100%. A token in his arms vibrated. The Jin clan spirit body took it out and looked at it. He turned his head and looked in a direction. After a moment, he said, "Go and clear a path for them." At the same time, the Mu clan spirit body also said from another direction, "Go and guard the surroundings. Don't let anyone enter." The Hu clan, the Shui clan, the Tu clan, the Overlord body, and the Sword sect spirit body instantly sensed it and gave out instructions. Zi Chen had offended the major forces ruthlessly. Therefore, when they said that the enmity between them would be written off, it was at most a dream or nonsense. In the past, the Buddhist sect and the Wuji sect were forces that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Even so, they were still destroyed when faced with the schemes of these major forces. Zichun was just a rogue cultivator at most. The major forces would not allow someone who had slapped them in the face so many times to live freely in this world. Therefore, this was the reason for the current situation. The major forces paid a huge price to hire the Slayer clan to kill Zichin. Along the way, he had a bountiful harvest. The more he killed, the easier it was for him. Previously, he had to search for a long time before he could find a giant beast to kill. Moreover, he would encounter many people killing the giant beasts. However, as he killed along the way, Zichan found that there were fewer and fewer humans around him, but more and more giant beasts. As long as he killed one, he would quickly find another one. As he moved forward, he was almost never idle. Aft, simple, decisive, and direct. After killing a giant beast in one blow, he took its inner core. As Zichen released his spiritual thoughts, he sensed another giant beast at the end of his spiritual thoughts. "My luck is so good." Zichen's face was still filled with joy, but his brows were slightly furrowed. He rushed forward again and killed the heavenly beast. Then he collected the inner core and released his perception. As expected, he found another heavenly beast within the range of his spiritual thoughts. If once or twice could be considered as luck, then 5 or 6 times could be considered a problem. Could it be that this is a guiding path that is guiding me to a certain direction? As Zi-chan moved forward mechanically, he frowned and pondered. What is ahead? Some kind of great opportunity, a great opportunity. He remembered what the young man had said before. As for why he didn't think that it was deliberately targeted, it was because Zi-chan was too confident in his combat strength. Currently, he could almost completely destroy a spirit body, and this kind of destruction ignored the number of spirit bodies. Spirit bodies were said to be invincible. Over the years, the major forces had accumulated a lot of them. After all, every spirit body that reached the mortal origin stage had an inexhaustible lifespan. Even if there was one every 1,000 years, the number of spirit bodies in the major forces was already an immeasurable number. However, Zi-chan was sure that they would not be willing to use some to fight with Zi-chin and let Zi-chin exhaust them. This was because cultivating a spirit body required an unimaginable amount of resources. Therefore, because of this strange imagination, Zi-chan naturally thought of a great opportunity. Seeing that this situation was still going on, Zi-chan was a little excited. However, being excited, he was also a little careless. Finally, Zi-chan saw the group of 14 heavenly beasts from afar. His expression changed again. There are 14 of them. Could it be that there will be more of them in the following journey? The excited Zi-chin thought that he had really encountered a great opportunity. Therefore, he rushed forward without hesitation. As he rushed forward, he saw a few of the heavenly beasts with wounds on their bodies. On the ground, there were also broken limbs. This scene was very normal. It was obvious that someone had come here to kill the heavenly beasts. He was not strong enough and was killed instead. However, Zi-chin did not know why, but he saw something unusual in this very normal situation. As he rushed forward, his body suddenly stopped. He frowned and looked forward, then looked around. Using his perfect spiritual senses, Zi-chin did not find anything. However, he still felt that something was wrong and immediately activated his yin-yang eye. Under his yin-yang eye, Zi-chan saw a person standing a few miles away. It was a man in black. The other party had been hiding in the void, so Zi-chin did not notice him. At this moment, when they looked at each other, Zi-chin saw a murderous intent in the other party's eyes. Kill the clan. Seeing this man in black, Zi-chin immediately guessed the other party's origin. However, he did not understand why this guy was standing there. Could it be that he wanted to assassinate him? Zi-chin was too far away to sense the other party's presence. However, if he was close enough, Zi-chin believed that even if the other party was a spirit body, he would still die. Zi-chin ignored the assassin and looked in another direction. In another place, Zi-chin saw another person. It was another man in black. He was a distance away from the original person. At this moment, he was staring coldly at Zi-chin. Zi-chin immediately felt that there was something wrong with the distance between the two. It seemed that there was really a problem. Then he looked around. He saw 9 black-robed men in total, and the positions of these 9 people were extremely similar to the positions of the 9 sword steels when Zi-chin used the 9 extremes formation. Oh no, it's a formation. Zi-chin's expression changed instantly. He immediately reacted. It's too late to realize it now. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded above Zi-chin's head. Zi-chin looked up and saw a person standing in the sky. Before Zi-chin could launch an attack, the person immediately disappeared. At the same time, the figures of the 9 men in black in the other 9 directions slowly dimmed and dissipated like phantoms. The clear sky suddenly turned gray, as if there was a fog covering the sky. In this fog, there was an obscure, murderous intent. At first, the murderous intent was very faint. It was so faint that only those with sharp senses could detect it. However, The murderous intent soon became dense. Forbidden killing. Suddenly, two words sounded between heaven and earth. Then, in the gray world, the gray clouds began to roll, and the dense, murderous intent suddenly swept through this part of the world. Zichen felt as if his feet had suddenly fallen into a swamp. He actually became inflexible. Buzz. Chapter 1096. The sky was originally clear and blue, but suddenly clouds and mist appeared, turning it gray. Suddenly the clouds and mist began to roll, and a sword light broke through the clouds and mist. Amidst the rolling clouds, the sword light attacked like a flying sword from outer space. The change happened in an instant. It was so fast that Zichen didn't have time to react. It wasn't until the sword light arrived that he regained his senses. However, when he tried to make an effective response, he found that he couldn't move his feet. His movements were greatly hindered. It was as if he was a prisoner who was bound and waiting for death, waiting to be beheaded. There was no sword while on the sword light, which proved that it wasn't from the sword sect. However, there was murderous intent, monstrous murderous intent. The sword light had not yet arrived, but its aura had already shaken the space. As it neared, Zichen's robe started to flutter, and his black hair danced wildly behind him. The cold sword qi pierced through his skin, causing him to feel a slight pain. Zichen was not a prisoner. Apart from his feet, the rest of his body was not bound. Naturally, he would not allow himself to be captured without a fight and wait to be beheaded. Looking at the sword light, Zichen shouted. His whole body lit up with a dazzling light like the sun. The energy of yin and yang was mobilized by him. Gold and silver light flowed around his body like water. Before the sword light arrived, he who couldn't move formed a seal as fast as he could. When the seal was formed, the sword light arrived. The sharp sword light pierced his forehead. However, before it could reach his forehead, it was blocked by a square thunder seal. Clang! The sword light stabbed the square thunder seal. There were no sparks, but it was like two objects colliding with each other. A clear and loud clang was heard. Two different forces gushed out, collided, and tangled. Then there was an earth-shattering explosion. After a few breaths, the energy of the sword light was exhausted and completely shattered. The thunder seal dimmed, but it was still in front of him and didn't dissipate. The sword light came fiercely, but its power wasn't as great as Zichen had expected. He was slightly relieved. With a thought, the thunder seal in front of him dissipated. A sarcastic voice sounded between heaven and earth. Not bad. You blocked the power of one sword and still have some energy left. However, the forbidden killing is activated with more than one sword. Zichen raised his head and looked at a certain spot in the void. The voice came from there, but Zichen didn't see anyone even though he used his yin-yang eye. He didn't ask who you are, what your name is, why you want to kill me, or who else wants to kill me apart from you. Killing is killing, there's no why. Just as Zichen was thinking, if he were to rush out, he would definitely kill everyone who was involved in this matter. Clouds and mist lingered in the air, blocking out the blue sky. However, Zichen knew that this was an illusion. With the activation of the formation, he was already isolated from the world he had just been in. The lingering clouds and mist began to roll again like boiling water. Two sword lights rushed out of the clouds and mist, one in front and one in the back, one in the east and one in the west. They once again shot towards Zichen. Just like before, the sword lights were very powerful. One of them was aimed at Zichen's back, while the other was aimed at his glabella. Forbidden killing, first imprison, then kill. At this moment, Zichen's feet seemed to be firmly tied to a divine mountain. He couldn't move at all. Facing the incoming sword lights, he couldn't dodge at all. He could only face them head-on. Zichen raised his head and looked at the sword lights in front of him. He clenched his hands into fists, then twisted his body and punched out twice. Above his fists, yin and yang energies flowed and shone with boundless light. With two loud bangs, the sword lights were shattered once again. Ziqin still seemed relaxed and didn't seem to be straining at all. However, there was no joy on his face. Since his opponent dared to scheme against him, they must have been fully prepared. These sword lights were just the beginning. After the 2 sword lights shattered, 4 more appeared. After the 4, 8 more appeared. After the 8, 16 more appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 32 sword lights appeared in the sky, coming from all directions. Sharp whistling sounds came from the air as dense killing intent filled every corner of the formation. In front of Ziqin, a flame suddenly appeared, followed by a powerful aura. A spear, under the control of Ziqin, was like a fire snake revolving around him at high speed. As the fire snake revolved, it collided with the sword lights, causing loud bangs. Another round of sword lights was shattered, but then another 64 sword lights appeared. The sword lights seemed to be endless, as if every time they shattered, more would appear. And with each round of attacks, there would always be a time when the sky would be filled with sword rain. When the 128 sword lights reached, Ziqin became strained. A sword light pierced through his arm and left a wound that was neither deep nor shallow. To be able to break through his defense in one strike, it was clear that the sword light's power was extraordinary. The clouds continued to churn, and the sword lights, multiplied once again, arrived. Although they couldn't be compared to the sword rain, their power was already extraordinary. If all of them could break through Ziqin's defense, his body would definitely be pierced with countless small holes in an instant. "Open for me!" Ziqin roared again. The blood in his body circulated at high speed, causing a thunderous sound. An even more powerful aura surged from his body. The power of gold, silver, and yin and yang surged towards Ziqin's feet. At the same time, the lightning wings on Ziqin's back began to vibrate at a high frequency. The sword lights approached from afar, but Ziqin didn't put up any defense. Instead, he focused on his feet, looking at the power that didn't exist but was actually binding him. The sword lights whistled and shot towards Ziqin in the blink of an eye. It was also at this time that the light on Ziqin's body blazed to the extreme. Boom! Hundreds of sword lights collided with a point, causing a violent explosion. A powerful destructive energy spread out in all directions. At the end of the energy, Ziqin lowered his head and bent over. His head was covered in cold sweat. His clothes were torn in several places, and there were a few eye-catching wounds on his body. But in the end, he broke free from the binding. The lightning wings on his back vibrated again, and he rose into the air. His figure flickered in the air, but his original speed was greatly reduced. His flying speed was only 50% of his original speed. It was as if there was an invisible rope wrapped around his feet, restricting his freedom and speed. The sword lights flew again, and there were naturally more of them. Ziqin dodged them with his extreme speed. At the same time, he looked in all directions, trying to find a flaw in the matrix. Because it was a formation, there were bound to be flaws. This sentence made sense, but not everyone could see the flaws and find them. LV Peng might be able to, but if it was Ziqin, it was impossible for him to do so. At the moment when the forbidden killing was activated, it seemed that everyone in this world had sensed some kind of powerful aura, so that everyone's attention fell on a certain place in an instant. Hey, the humans have set up a matrix here. The 2 demon sovereigns immediately sensed the existence of the matrix. They were surprised and their expressions changed. Somewhere in the void, the young man saw the matrix and saw Ziqin in the forbidden killing. He smiled and said, "Interesting, very interesting. I didn't expect to encounter the forbidden killing here. It seems that this little guy called Ziqin has made them suffer a lot. What did I see? He's the enemy of the whole world. The forbidden killing is extraordinary. Zi-Chin is in danger this time. Although I have a way to save you, rules are rules. No one can break them. Life and death is up to fate. The group of spirit bodies and forces all headed towards the source of this inexplicable aura after sensing it. With the forbidden killing, Zi-Chen will definitely die this time. That was what all the spirit bodies were thinking as they moved forward. Under the blue sky, Su Mingyao's eyes flashed. She was calculating. After a while, the light in her eyes disappeared, but her face turned pale. She had calculated that this fluctuation was related to Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen was in danger again. Without any hesitation, she moved towards the source of the energy fluctuation. At the same time, the devil ape, Zhang Haojian, and the others also moved towards the source of the fluctuation. In a short 1 hour, everyone had gathered at this place, after which they saw the misty array with a single glance. There was also a rather blurry figure within the array. Spread out and stop anyone from approaching. After the spirits of the various forces arrived, they immediately gave the order. The 5 elements forces, the domineering Dao clan, and the sword sect all took action. Which force in the world could resist? Soon, this place was sealed, and outsiders could only watch the show from afar. They set up a matrix to kill people here. I wonder who is in the matrix. Yes, even the major forces want to protect him. I think the person in the matrix must be extraordinary. Just as the discussion was going on, the demon clan's army arrived. The leader, the princess, was riding on Emo Lin. When she saw the matrix, her expression changed immediately. After a while, she smiled and said, "Other than the ancient clan, all the major forces have taken action. The person in the matrix obviously has an irreconcilable grudge with them." Next to her, the middle-aged demon clan's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Could it be Zi-Chen?" The princess said with certainty, "Of course it's him. Other than him, who else is qualified to make those forces pay attention to him? All the major forces have taken action. Doesn't that mean that Zi-Chen's life is in danger this time? I'm afraid Zi-Chen is going to die this time." In the field, many people had already guessed the identity of the person in the matrix, and their expressions immediately changed. They also finally knew that they could not offend the big forces at all, because you would never know when they would take revenge after offending them. Zi-Chen, the person in the matrix, must be Zi-Chen. D*MN these major forces. They actually went back on their words and plotted against Zi-Chen. Let's rush over and break the matrix to save Zi-Chen. The demon ape and the others arrived and immediately recognized that the person in the matrix was Zi-Chen. They then gathered together to discuss how to save him. The matrix is perfect. There are no flaws at all. It seems that we can't break it from the outside. We can only go in. The demon ape looked at the matrix in the distance with the delusion breaker eye. "So what? Let's go and break the matrix," Zhang Haojian said coldly. The demon ape shook his head and said, "No, that place has become a world of its own. There's no other way except to break it from the inside out." "Are we just going to watch Zi-Chen die like this?" A voice sounded from behind them. "Find LV Peng. Only he can save Zi-Chen now." You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.